Sarvanche Swagat. I hope I got that right. Thank you very much for waiting by patiently. We had a few tech checks to sort out, but it's all working fine now. Unfortunately, AI couldn't solve for this, so we had to get the humans to coordinate between different cities in India. But let's hear it loudly from everyone. Thank you so much for coming all the way for this event on a weekday evening between two long weekends. We're really excited to have all of you. I'm Chandra Shrikant from Money Control, and a very warm welcome to all of you for the very first city edition of the AI Alliance event, where we will discuss the various facets of artificial intelligence and its impact on Pune's technology and innovation landscape. Pune has always been special to me because, it's the seat of the Peshwas, a city that's a perfect amalgamation of tradition and modernity, a city that's home to some of the most exciting companies, the best colleges, cutting-edge research institutes, but also a city that's rooted in its rich history and carries a lot of pride. It's home to diverse sectors, from auto to SaaS to e-commerce to fintech to engineering services. And who can forget, Infosys was originally founded in Pune in 1981. It's fast becoming a crucial hub for AI adoption, given its thriving technology and innovation landscape. So it's no surprise then that we're kicking off our city chapters here. This AI Alliance initiative is brought to you with our associate partners Oracle, Samco, IBM, Vistara, Adobe, and Reliance Industries Limited. And the event technology partner is Town Hall. We have an action-packed evening ahead through engaging sessions and discussions. With that, I'm going to welcome Money Control's Managing Editor, Nalin Mehta, to deliver the welcome address. Nalin. Show some energy, Pune.
Thanks very much, Chandra, and good evening to all of you. Thanks so much for making the time for coming down for this event. We at Money Control are absolutely delighted to be here in Pune. We are speaking in a week in which the Prime Minister has specifically said that India would be taking, he wants India to take an upper hand in AI. And AI is, of course, changing entire paradigms around us as we speak. And there are several initiatives that many of you are involved in around the National Quantum Mission, the AI mission, the Semiconductor Mission. While all of that is happening around us, we at Money Control are particularly committed to documenting every aspect of this revolution, of being the platform for leading ideas, debate, and conversations around it. As Chandra mentioned, just in December, we had the AI Global Summit in Bangalore, where some of the leading minds on AI from around the world attended. Andrew Nagy, for example, Chris Miller, the author of The Chip Wars, a number of global CEOs and leading thinkers on AI. And we are very delighted to take that initiative forward to come to Pune. This is just the beginning. We will be expanding this to multiple other cities as well, going forward to Hyderabad, to Bombay, to Delhi. And we are particularly delighted to welcome all of you here. And we have a very interesting cross-section here from the world of policy. The Member of Parliament, Mr. Shinde, will be joining us shortly. The MD of Mumbai Rail is here. The CEO of Bhashini. And some of I think the top 5 unicorns from Pune, their founders are here, and a lot of other illustrious people. So this is, so I leave you to, I hope you have a very fruitful and interesting evening, and hopefully this is just the beginning of a much longer conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nalin, for that lovely address and introduction. Time to then kick off our first session. But let me all ask you a pertinent question. As a Bangalorean, I relate to this. Are you tired of traffic jams? Who isn't, right? Well, we have someone here who will take us through a more efficient and sustainable public transport system that can help tackle traffic jams and perhaps improve urban planning. From optimizing traffic lights with AI to developing intelligent public transportation systems with the updates, the scope for AI to transform public transport is immense. Please welcome the firebrand Ashwini Bhire, the Managing Director of Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation, on stage for a fireside chat on urban mobility and AI, how AI is revolutionizing urban transportation. And to moderate this, we have Pune's very own and my co-host Vinaya Deshpande, who is the Mumbai Bureau Chief for CNN News 18. Huge round of applause for Ms. Ashwini Bhire. Thank you very much for coming to Pune, ma'am. Over to you, Vinaya.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this very interesting exchange of ideas that's going to take place here. And thank you, Ashwini ma'am, for traveling all the way from Mumbai only to participate in this conclave. Obviously, since we are talking about artificial intelligence and urban planning, and everyone marvels about the Mumbai Metro, the figures themselves are quite staggering. It's a net that is woven around the 337 kilometers, 14 lines, over 225 stations, 7.5 lakh daily ridership, catering to over 1.2 crore Mumbaikars. Now, all this data is staggering, and at the helm of it, you are sitting. The web of Mumbai Metro only increases with each passing day. I want to ask you, how do you see the integration of artificial intelligence and technology shaping the future of urban transport in Maharashtra?
Thank you, Vinaya. Thank you for inviting me here. It's in the common knowledge that AI is an enabling technology which augments human tasks by reducing the possibility of errors and as well as by doing something which probably the human beings can't do. And we also know that it has some unique features like autonomy, that is its ability to do things on its own without any human supervision, especially in very challenging conditions. And another important feature is its adaptivity, that is learning things on its own by gathering intelligence, finding out patterns, and then improving its own performance. And we all know that AI is, today the whole session will be talking about various possibilities of AI, and we all know that it has huge potential which today probably human mind is unable to even gauge. A lot of things are happening around us. And since the advent of digital technology and AI, a lot of sectors, many walks of human life have got influence. We can see a lot of things happening in many sectors like e-commerce, finance, banking, agriculture, health, so on and so forth. So how can transportation be away from that force of digital technology and AI? It is definitely there. In fact, today's urban transport or urban transit systems are not only the physical infrastructure which is made of cement and steel, but it is going digital. It is becoming smarter, and soon it is going to be more intelligent. Today, smart systems are there everywhere, and we can have glimpses of it everywhere. So the traffic lights, which today most of the cities, especially the smart cities under the smart city mission, and in a city like Mumbai, although it is not in smart city mission still, these cities have smart traffic lighting system, which basically improves the quality of traffic, the way traffic is managed in the city. Of course, it is not applicable to Pune because the kind of intelligence Pune's, especially the two-wheeler drivers have, that normal AI cannot beat. They find the most optimum routes, by
Pune's traffic sense beats everyone, ma'am.
So forget about that. But in Mumbai, it has been working well, and most of these systems are controlled through operation control centers, and the traffic police can manage the traffic even in a crowded city like Mumbai. Similarly, in public transport, take example of buses, even in Mumbai's BST buses, and same may be the case in Pune. They have vehicle tracking system, they use GPS, they have, and now with the advent of app like Chalo app, passengers can get real-time live information, they know where exactly the bus is. And this is also giving a lot of data and intelligence to the operators. who can have their schedules, the bus routes planned in a proper way. They can find out which are the optimum bus routes, which are the viable ones. So these kinds of interventions based on digital technology as well as to certain extent AI they are already in use. We are talking about autonomous vehicles are still not in vogue. They are still in the advanced trial phase. But AI-assisted driving and the automatic vehicles, they are already on the road. So again, we can see the glimpse of it. And as far as metro is concerned, that probably is much ahead of the kind of transport we have. The conventional transportation system which we had, metro is far ahead, though we are not making full use of it today. Because the most important aspect of metro is its communication-based train control system, or what we call the CBTC signaling system. It has the potential of operating the trains on its own. And it has multiple grades of automation. ATP mode, that is automatic train protection mode, ATO mode, that is automatic train operation mode, and finally the UTO mode, the unmanned train operation mode. And India, the advantage of entering some kind of technology phase in the later years is you can actually pole vault into the much advanced technology. So many countries in the world, even they have metros, probably many of them don't have the UTO system, which we have. But we are still not using it. The reason is we are a bit scared of going fully based on digital technology or AI, but that potential is there. So we have these glimpses, but what AI can do much more than what we are testing today. All kinds of AI algorithms, AI tools, maybe machine learning, deep learning, neural network, computer vision, whatever we say, they all can be integrated into different aspects of urban transport systems, and these systems can be made more reliable, more safer, more faster, more comfortable, and the most importantly, more passenger-centric. And this all is possible through AI. Although we experience a far better transport in metro, but it can take you to much higher level of experience if we really use all these tools which are embedded in these systems, or which some layers can be further added. So you asked me about what is the future of urban transportation by using these technologies. We can put it into 4 or 5 different baskets. One is the commuter experience. Another is the operation. Next is asset management and maintenance. Fourth is planning and execution. And fifth is safety and sustainability. In all these sectors, we can see that AI, if AI tools are built into this system, they can really make wonders. They can really transform the whole concept of urban transportation. Just to give an example, commuter experience could be much, much better. Because when we do these kinds of systems, a lot of data is generated. And we are sitting on piles of data. If that data is used in a proper way, by segregating it properly, by using various analytical tools and extracting information, and if we can get right kind of insights, probably our decision making would be far better. And the way we plan things, the way we plan what customers want, what commuters want, what their aspirations are, that would be far better than the way it is being done today. So that is one thing. You can have AI chatbots. You can have mobility as a service where integration of all different modes of transport can happen, and commuters can get actually their route planned on the whole system. So sometimes physical integration of different modes becomes little challenging, but digital integration of different modes is much easier, and that can be really used for better commuter experience. Same is the case with maintenance. Today we are doing periodic maintenance, so we know which asset is to be maintained where. But instead we can shift to with different kinds of sensors and different kind of camera feeds, we can have predictive maintenance. So we know, and this will literally save the timing, this will save human efforts, and maintenance will be far better. Similar is the case in planning and execution. Most of the times we can't assess because we don't have right kind of data. And even if that data is there, we don't know how to use it for effective decision making. So even in planning and execution, there will be much improvement, because when the way the metro routes are planned, at times we do copy paste. the real study doesn't happen because physically at times it is impossible. But here you can use these tools to do right kind of planning. Even in execution we can use this tool so that the time and cost of execution can go down. Safety is the most important aspect which AI could achieve, because again all our stations have CCTV cameras, there are so many other systems, but whether we really use that data, we can't use it without AI tools. So if we have that, then we can get real-time feeds, and instead of doing some things later on, we can prevent these incidents. And the last important thing is sustainability. Energy efficiency could be achieved only if we have these kinds of tools, because the system has all the potential, but in effect we can't use it unless we have these tools. So AI has potential to completely transform the way cities travel and achieve some kind of integration in different modes of transport. But the thing is, the challenge is how to do it. And we are, again, we have a lot of legacy data. We are sitting on a lot of data, but how exactly we extract this information, that is going to be a challenge. And for that, probably a lot of collaborative efforts with the help of private sector, policymakers and industry partners, they will have to be done. But I have no doubt in my mind that the transportation sector is going to go under a transformation because of digital technology and AI. It has already started working on that path, but we have a lot of possibilities which we can realize.
Ma'am, there's something I want to ask you as a Mumbaiker, since you have so elaborately answered about how Mumbai Metro works and how there is a tremendous potential, the possibilities that you kept talking about in your answer right now, as compared to the reality. We are seeing that Mumbai is the city of 1.2 crore people and the ridership is 7.5 lakh. When the Gundavli line started, we had expected that the traffic on the roads will reduce. That didn't really happen. Commuter experience and all is a much later experience for someone staying in Mumbai and commuting in Mumbai because of the way the local trains operate basically. But why is it then that, is it just the last mile connectivity? Is it the failure to give, the right point connectivities? What is it that leads to there's no connect between the numbers, the number of ridership, the kind of traffic that we see on the streets, the way in which you spend hours stuck in traffic, and yet despite having technologies like these, metro has, whenever I have traveled in the metro, it has been a fantastic ride. Why is it then that there is a difference between the potential and the actuality?
I think it's a process. There is no magic wand. So you build one line and you start operating, and immediately people would get attracted to that line and the traffic on the road will go. That is not going to happen, because we need to build the whole network. People commute from different places to different places. One line may be from Dahisar to Andheri. It connects to certain areas, but people, the travel patterns which are established over a period of time, they are based on their daily needs. Either people need to change their routes and requirements, or the new public transport network need to follow where exactly people are going. And this takes time. So one line immediate after operation cannot have that ridership, but the ridership goes on, slowly goes on building. And as the network gets completed, because when we make traffic estimation or the ridership estimation for that line, there are certain assumptions which are made. Some may be realistic, some may be unrealistic. So how we can improve our estimation is another topic, and where also again digital technology, AI and surveys could help. But even after that, the entire network needs to be connected to each other. So Metro Line 7, which we are talking about, if that gets connected to Line 7 by having a small patch which is right now under construction, which connects it to airport, and from airport it gets connected to line 3, which is going all the way to Kapparet, and it's a matter of a year and a half. Once that happens, suddenly the ridership on this line will skyrocket. So this is how slowly you have to build a network. We have to keep patience, because we are building something which Britishers did 150 years ago, and after that we have not done anything of that scale. So, and in a city like Mumbai, which is a live city, which is the financial capital of India, and which can't stop even for a day. Doing these projects take a lot of time. So at times it tests our patience. Anyway, because the public transport network is already overcrowded, private vehicles are increasing. On top of it, roads are occupied with these construction projects also. So this is a transition phase where unfortunately we have to go through that. But I can tell you with a lot of assurance and confidence that another 4 or 5 years, when all these lines, line 2B, line 3, line, that extension of line 7 and line 4, they get completed, the traffic problem of Mumbai will certainly be addressed, certainly be tackled, because this connectivity is very important, the intermodal connectivity, and then people want a seamless kind of a transport from their house to their workplace, from their house to some other place where they want to spend their time. And unless we give this seamless transport, it is not going to happen. But again, as I said in my earlier reply, only physical integration is not enough. We have to provide a lot of other services where people, not that people can travel only on metro from point A to point B. They may have to take multiple modes of transport. They may have to take a suburban train, they may have to make metro, then a bus, and finally an Uber or an Ola. But if all that is available on one platform where they're really informed about it, they can plan their journey, then probably they will dare to take this mode of transport instead of traveling in their own vehicles. Today, there are options, but people are not ready to exercise those options because there is still dearth of real-time information. And that data is there, but it is not converted into the usable or applicable kind of an information. And that is very important. And probably the audience here would agree with me that this kind of complementary efforts are also required to make public transport more, people getting more used to or more attracted to public transport. So these kinds of physical and digital technology intervention and mix is needed to ensure that the metro is of real use. And even in Pune, I see now, because initially people thought that what the network which is there is not adequate. People used to make a lot of fun of that first 5-kilometer line of metro. But today, I can see many of my own relatives, my friends, taking metro, traveling to that little bit with either an auto or their two-wheeler. They have switched over from their cars to metro, and they are liking it. So if probably there will be more demand for network now, and there will be more ridership on metro. In Mumbai, the estimation is like today this is 7.5 lakh because it is just 2 to 3% of the total daily trips we can say in the city. But once this network is completed, almost 10 million additional capacity is going to get created in Mumbai, and half of it will be on metro. So metro is going to change the face of the city, the way the city travels, but this needs all this support. Without that, only physical infrastructure will not help.
So, ma'am, continuing with the same question, what are the plans then to integrate all this data digitally as well? Because in between there was a conversation about how this Metro One card would be there, which will make seamless travel possible. The numbers that have come with respect to the card that people use have not been great as compared to how it could have been used. As you rightly pointed out, the problem is clearly that real-time data is not available. So when we say that digital integration along with physical integration of this network is important, what are the ways in which Mumbai Metro is planning to do it to make sure that not only is there more awareness about such seamless alternatives, but also they look easy and viable for people to access it on a daily basis?
That is the most important thing. Having technology with you and then enabling people to use it is more crucial, because the NCMC card, that is the National Common Mobility Card, is a technology which really can have that kind of digital integration among different modes of transport possible. But there are a lot of practical and teething problems, I would say. Today only I was reading on, because I was tagged for that, somebody was using an NCMC card issued by Metro Line 7, and she's a reporter only, Richa, and she went on Metro Line 1, and there she tried to recharge it because it was exhausted, and she couldn't do it. So So now I just inquired into it. I said why it happened, and I checked with my Metro 3 people also. They say that probably their operator is Paytm. In Metro line 2 and 7 it is SBI. So these are some kind of things where probably they have not anticipated that this issue would come. But again this is a learning. Like AI, we also must learn from the experience, and we need to be quick learner. Like AI, we should not let the human intervention or human kind of approaches, egos to come in the way. We need to, customer or the commuter has to be at the center of our planning and our execution. Unless and until we see that the commuter must get what he wants, if we don't have that kind of attitude, probably these are the problems. Again, technology can solve it. There is nothing which cannot be solved by technology. We need to have the right approach. We need to work hard on planning. We need to see what kind of possibilities, what kind of snags which would crop up, what kind of scenarios are there. Multiple use cases need to be tried, need to be talked about, need to be discussed. And it should be done in a systematic way. Then only this is possible. And any technology work, applying it in a private kind of scenario and applying it in a public scenario, public sector scenario, there are huge differences. Maybe when a software is actually put to use in a private company, lot of work, lot of testing is done. Most of the times in public sector, it happens that it just, okay, push it. You do something, at least it will get going. That kind of attitude is there. Probably we may have to change to that. We may have to bring some discipline in the way we use these technologies. But as I said, everything has a solution. We need to work patiently on it. And again, we need to work on collaborative platforms where the solutions can come from all possible sectors. There could be crowdsourcing of knowledge, not that only public sector does it on its own. And if we look at it, that public transport is finally making our cities livable, because without right kind of public transport, no city can be livable in spite of whatever other strengths that city has. And that is why public transport is something which we all need to make work. And if it works, then only cities will grow in their true sense. Otherwise, everything will be working in silos. People can't move from one place to another. So I think we need to change have a change in our approach, in our attitude, because technology is already there to solve these issues.
Oh, ma'am, one last question for you. You are at the helm of a mass rapid transport system which keeps the customer at the center and says that customer experience should be enhanced. In a city like Mumbai, where you see that local travel isn't exactly a travel of great convenience, how is it that Mumbai Metro has been working to enhance consumer experience or customer experience through the use of metros?
That is there right from the planning and execution, because the way stations are built, the kind of rolling stock we provide, the way stations are designed. So everything is done keeping the consumer or the customer or the commuter in mind. So the safety features, the comfort features, the reliability features in this system, they are all there because we have the commuter at the center of our planning. But while doing that, the most important thing is what happens during operation. During construction, a lot of things are done because the way stations are planned, earlier the ridership is first assessed, and depending on the ridership, that people have to, especially in an underground environment, people need to be there at the station for a certain period of time in a very comfortable way. So you introduce the air conditioning system, the tunnel ventilation system, there are escalators, there are lifts. Then even for physically challenged people, differently abled people, the system can work on its own. They don't need any assistant. That kind of provisions are made. Even the rolling stock is very modern with all kinds of modern features which gives them comfort. But the most crucial challenge is operation phase. And that is why where we continuously need to get feedback from commuters and keep changing, immediately responding to it. So that response time has to be very, very less. And consumer feedback or the commuter feedback can come from various sectors on various platforms. It's not that everybody is going to send you an email or write your feedback forms and give you. They can talk anywhere. Social media is the most important and known platform where people express their opinions. So we need to have some tools like the sentiment analysis, how we can extract that information even from various social media platforms, what exactly people think about it. And we shouldn't neglect even a small kind of feedback, even however negative it is. And that is how we can change. So that is the kind of approach we keep in metro operations, where customer feedback is very important. And from there, and then of course, by learning from our experience, learning from other metros also, where some innovative ways are, measures are being taken to attract more people, give them proper services. And at Government of India level, we keep meeting different MDs of various metros, we keep meeting. And this is, and we have something called iMetro, which is a platform where all metros are connected. And basically they work on the performance indicators on which metros are assessed. There are some global kind of norms, Comet and Nova, where they assess various metros on performance indicators. So we are trying to develop something which is homegrown. And there, this is very important, that you don't decide how the metro should be operated, but it is the commuters who decide what kind of service they want. And that getting that right kind of feedback is very important for us. And basis that, we keep on improving ourselves.
Ma'am, I have just last 2 minutes, but I can't stop myself from asking you this question. You're right now heading the Mumbai Metro, but as an administrator, you have been at the helm of several important corporations. You've seen how you've handled important projects in the BMC as well. I want to ask you, what do you think are the most promising areas where artificial intelligence can significantly impact the development of smart cities in Maharashtra?
I think there the sky is the limit. Every sector of urban administration and development can take help from AI and improve itself. Because most cities are sitting on huge piles of data, which they are not using, which they are unable to use. And if somehow they find out solutions through AI and similar kind of technologies to organize that data in a proper way, extract it properly, and then use those data-driven insights in their decision-making, I think that will change the whole urban administration scenario. We have done that. I can't stop from giving this example. The way we managed COVID in Mumbai, that was, I can say that Mumbai got a lot of accolades for what we did. But beneath that, there was something which was very, very crucial. It was fully data-driven kind of insights which were provided. And for that, we were helped by many industry leaders who worked with us on a voluntary basis in the beginning. And they only made us aware that you have to get right kind of information from ground, and you have to be prepared yourself for a long haul. This is not going to stop. So prepare yourself for next 2 to 3 years, where every information is coming in the right way from, and in urban development scenario, what happens, there are different departments, they all work in silos, and nobody knows what other is doing and how to extract that data. People were not willing to share this data also. So I literally had to force our health department to get the raw data so that we can analyze. And we analyzed it in multiple ways. Deep dive analysis in the death figures, even the gender analysis, different slices we made after collecting this data, and that gave us a lot of insight. So we kept on changing our decision. BMC's decision making that time was so dynamic that we kept on changing our decisions, enabling all stakeholders to work on the decisions which we made, and it helped us tremendously. I can talk a lot on this maybe in a separate session, but I have tested this, what data-driven insights can do and how administration can actually perform in a much better way than normally it do. But once the pandemic is over and we again slumped back into our usual mode of administration, but I think this AI, data analytics, digital technology has a huge potential, and especially in the urban sector, because India is urbanizing at a breathtaking speed, and the kind of urban challenges we are going to face, if we don't anticipate them properly, if we are not prepared ourselves for that, probably it is going to be a difficult thing. And that is why we have all these tools, we have the technology with us. So we need to learn how to use that technology to improve the quality of our urban administration. And with collaborative efforts like this, with the AI startups, then big giants, other industry partners, and as well as all policy makers, if they come together and find out ways, then probably urban administration will see a lot of transformation and lot of new things which otherwise we cannot. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, as you said, sky is the limit. It was such an insightful talk. You gave us such wonderful points with respect to how urban planning needs to take place and how artificial intelligence can open up vistas for sustainable urban development as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ashwini Bhide.
Thank you.
Who has
Thank you so
come
much.
all the way from Mumbai for this. Thank you so much for your precious time.
Some amazing insights from Ashwini Bhide ji. In fact, in Bengaluru, this statistic always fascinates me that over 90% of the traffic fines are actually generated through technology, through the smart signals. So, my driver was complaining that even if he skips a signal at 2 a.m., he will get to pay the fine the next morning because every signal is powered by tech. Thank you very much, ma'am, for those insights. With that, it's time to turn the spotlight to one of Pune's own, one of its most successful entrepreneurs, Kishore Patil, the co-founder, CEO, and MD of KPIT Technologies, one of the largest software integration partners for the global automotive and mobility industry. He co-founded KPIT in 1990 and has grown the venture into one of India's leading players in the automotive engineering space. And I'll be in conversation with him. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Thank you, Mr. Patil. Welcome to AI Alliance Pune. We couldn't have, had an AI Alliance Pune without a KPIT present in the mix. It would have been great to have a Persistent too, but unfortunately, Mr. Deshpande is in Mumbai this evening. From 1990 to 2024, you've seen so many waves of transformation and change, from the dot-com boom to the dot-com bust. But would you say AI is perhaps the biggest monster wave of them all compared to the browser era, the iPhone era, and so on?
Yeah, I mean, at every point of time, people thought that is the biggest transformation. So we don't know what is next. But for sure, I guess AI, as Madam mentioned, it is all encompassing all the functions. It can change the important part I feel is it can, if look at India, if you look at the population of white collar jobs, if you look at it, and if their productivity goes up by 30%, the impact it can have in the economy is tremendous. So I think from that perspective, and it is not just a technology, I believe, it's a way of thinking, it goes into little more core. It is not only technology, but the way you think, also the way you articulate. As very interestingly, when this point was discussed, one of the key points they think in AI is the storytelling. And so once you are in a position to articulate it correctly, then you can really make multiple uses of the technology.
Right. Mr. Patil, since the time you co-founded KPIT to taking it public, I think one big inflection point for you was in 2019, 2020, when you decided to hive off your IT services, which then merged with Birlasoft, and you decided to focus solely on the automotive engineering space. On hindsight, how do you evaluate that decision? The markets clearly love it. You've been outperforming some of your peers. The analysts are happy with the KPIT story since the demerger. But, what kind of decisions did you have to wrestle with then? And on hindsight, has it played out well for you?
So everything which works successfully, you can always look back at it has been a great
hindsight
decision.
Is always 2020.
Yeah, it's always 2020. But I must tell you that the decision was made really very thoughtfully. It was, see, when we were a generic company. And after the dot-com world, after the dot-com burst, or that time we thought we were very small, so we had to take some real decisions. At that point of time, most of the large companies were focused on banking, insurance, utilities, these kind of verticals. And if, as a company which is very small, if we had to grow and we had to be a leader in a particular way, we thought we had to be in one particular sector. And that's why we went into manufacturing, because that time there were not many companies who were in manufacturing and only focused on manufacturing. I guess even today there is no one, I guess. So we started focusing on that. And all the companies form some strategic partnerships, whether it is with Citibank, it is JP Morgan, either G Capital, I mean, all the companies you talk about. And we were fortunate to form this partnership with Cummins. And Cummins is completely a whole mobility, more all these technologies, etc. And when we did a strategic session internally, we thought that we had to take a bet on something which will get transformed through software, and which is aligns with our own strength, which was more on embedded systems, engineering, that kind of, rather than ERPs or generic software development. And that's the time we thought that automotive will change through electrification, etc. We did not know the time frame, but we started building it bit by bit. And when in 2015, the Tesla started making waves, we knew that was the point. And that's the decision we made that point of time. And naturally, the big decision was divesting 70% of business to focus on 30%, which was by no means, it was very difficult.
I cannot imagine making that decision as an entrepreneur.
In a public limited company.
In a public limited company. Divesting, letting go of 70% of your business.
70% of the revenue. And so we let go the 70% of business to focus on 30%. And I'm very happy. After 4.5 years after COVID, we are bigger than what we were.
A round of applause for that. I mean, that is some risk appetite.
And fortunately, our market cap is maybe, I guess, 14, 15 times what it was. So I think that everything worked out now.
But Mr. Patil, I must ask you this. Infosys was founded in Pune. They decided to move out and, expand in Bangalore. Of course, they still have a huge presence in Pune. Did you ever think that perhaps you would have become an even bigger success story if you had shifted base from Pune to Bangalore?
So first thing is we have the same presence as Pune in Bangalore. We have the same number of people in Bangalore. Actually, we are in 10 different places worldwide. Naturally, Pune and Bangalore are almost same. And Munich, Germany is the third largest. So that's how we have set ourselves. But I will tell you one story. This was, I don't exactly remember, but it was about 2003 or 4. And the management guru C.K. Prahlad had come. I told you about our thinking, our strategy, our Cummins partnership. And naturally, everybody wants to hear him, C.K. Prahlad. And that point of time, and it was in university campus. And he was talking about, he had this theory of bottom-up pyramids that time.
Fortune
it was
at the bottom of the pyramid.
Very famous.
Yeah.
And he was talking about different parts. And everybody wanted to just, get something out of it. So somebody asked him, what do you think about Pune? What kind of company can come out of Pune? And I cannot believe the thinking. He thought about it for a minute. He said, Pune is a city of automotive. Pune is a city of technology. So I guess one of the best companies in the world which is in automotive tech.
Wow.
And we were so happy because that was after we had made the strategy decision to focus on this. So to tell you the point, it is a mixture of automotive and software, Pune. So it has that good mix. Of course, Bangalore has a different ecosystem, which
Correct.
Pune doesn't have, like a semiconductor companies, cloud companies. So, I mean, every city, like Munich we have, it's
Which is
you
a
know,
big
there is
auto,
different part. But I guess Pune has its own charm. And we started a business here, so no better charm than we have the old time charm of Pune.
A round of applause for Pune then. Mr. Patil, about generative AI, you mentioned Tesla. Do you see an acceleration in timelines to reach the AD/AS levels 4 and 5 at mass scale? And if yes, what would it mean for ERD companies such as yourself?
So the first thing is, autonomous we have to see in which areas that will come. There are many areas, like if you look at the public, or I would say smaller trucks which are used in the city, within the city, urban mobility, or some of these areas, that's where autonomous can come very easily. And it will come in the next 3-4 years, if not earlier, it can come. And there are many startups in India which are focusing on that. And I hope some of that, we can come out with a better truck than Tesla. Tesla truck is still not really established. So I do hope it can come out of India.
Hopefully it will come from Pune, which has the perfect mix of auto and tech.
Hopefully. And the point you ask, autonomous, why autonomous is, if you ask anybody, and in many surveys, why autonomous is still not adopted to that extent people were thinking. If you look back 6-7 years back, 5-6, everybody thought autonomous will happen tomorrow, kind of a thing. There are multiple reasons. One is there is no business case actually. Because, apart many individual cases, like where the people drive themselves, there is people drive themselves, and there is actually a high cost of autonomous vehicle, and there is no clear logic to having it at that level. So it will happen where there are more people. When it is driven by somebody else, there is a better value proposition there. So that's the point number one. The second thing is a lot of data is required, by which autonomous vehicle, I don't think there is a technology issue. Technology is there. We ourselves have done level 3 automation, one of the first one in the world, along with OEM, certified. The point is, the vehicle technology is there, but the rest of the world doesn't know what that will do. That is not autonomous. So the point, and that can be done only by 2-3 things: having a lot of data and doing that kind of a testing. And that is the biggest opportunity in terms of how the autonomous levels, basically it can be tested. One important difference I must tell you is a normal car, when it goes through homologation, it has to go through actually a running on a road. So autonomous car, it has to go through 100 miles autonomous running. Only 5% is the physical running, because you can't have autonomous car running like that. So the testing becomes very, very critical. And that is the biggest opportunity which is there for engineering R&D.
Right. I also want to bring up what Ms. Ashwini Bhade said in the previous session, right? She said sky is the limit when it comes to applying AI in urban planning and public transportation, and that India is urbanizing at a breathtaking pace. What opportunities do you see here, considering you kind of specialize in the automotive engineering space? Could that expand to public modes of transportation? Is there money to be made there? Because Indian companies historically have had trouble making money in government projects. But what opportunities do you see there?
No, I think I do believe that the point she made is the node-to-node transportation. But the thing is, you can use multimodal transport. But the point there is you need a dependability of data. and different dependability of system, right? If you are in, say, London, or you are in Germany, and you you want to go from one place to another, it tells you that you will reach at 12, and then 12:17 will be the next one which you can catch. So you know exactly, and it will be on which platform, you know also that. Now that kind of a data and dependability, there is some time to go for us. I think that is what will drive that. That's an opportunity. There are a lot of opportunity in terms of doing this kind of a thing, but frankly, the business models have not evolved in some of these, and not necessarily been very successful most of the places. But I'm sure it would happen sometime.
How do you see the business you panning out in medium term amidst talks of demand, out? Business, how do you see this panning out for KP?
I personally think it's the direction of simple transport or green transport. It's irreversible. Actually, I was in China just 2 weeks back. One of the reasons why electric transport has not been as widely separated, and you can see it is the costs are not expensive and infrastructure. That's why we is same than the normal. Maintenance expense is not so. It's a long story. I think the second is always benchmark. China has, so as long as people do the work, I see that happening. What will be the suppose one thing I want to stress? There won't be one technology which will get popularized. There will be multiple options. There will be hybrid, there will be electric, there will be hydrogen. So there will be multiple options for different type of vehicle, for different type of use cases. So that kind of opportunity in the market is there. In my opinion, the opportunity should grow actually, because instead of one, there are 2 or 3 options available. That will mean more models, more type of technologies, more integration. So I think the opportunity should grow, is my view.
Right. I have to ask you this, sir. The IT services industry in India traditionally has been the biggest private sector employer. They hire in masses from colleges. What impact is AI going to have on that kind of entry-level jobs? Because, the skill sets are moving to a more specialized skill set in an AI-first world. What will happen to those jobs, and what could potentially replace them? What could make up for the gap?
I think there is always when such a disruptive technology comes, or a model comes, then there is always a transitionary change. I'll just give you an example. Even now we have tech companies like Oracle, SAP, other companies around, I guess. But when they moved from a licensing model to cloud model, the revenues dropped for some time. Okay, because that is a transition time when it happened. I think some of those things, what it means is we may not, our productivity will go up. Our productivity will go up. In my view, as long as that transition, we can handle it properly. There are always some people do it and some people don't do it. So as long as those who can handle that transition, there is enough opportunity. If not, I would say the bigger opportunity, because if you look at the worldwide, AI opportunity is much bigger. And US, for example, is in the prime place because they have cloud, they have infrastructure, there is a tremendous investment.
We have the chips.
It is happening. They have the models, right? And the last one is skill.
Yeah.
That's where India scores the, the big one. And so if we can manage that transition, but as I said, it is not only a tech skill. It is about communication, storytelling, also the securities, cyber security. Along with that, there are a few other points. And if we can put it together, I think there will be an opportunity. But there is always a transition time, because if the productivity goes, it may bring down for some time the headcount increase.
Right. My final question, sir. If you were in your 20s today and you wanted to start up,
Sorry?
If you were in your 20s today and you wanted to start up, what idea would you work on?
Now, even today, I would, actually, I did almost what I did 4 years back. Don't look at my age. But that's exactly what I did 4 years back. That was in automotive. And just to tell you, there are reports, there was a BCG report which has come out. I'm sure many of you have read it. Earlier, the technology adoption was fastest in banking or some of these industries. But where the highest technology adoption and disruption is in automotive and mobility. So I think that still remains, would have remained, I don't know, but and I guess when you are young, you are more driven by also the automotive cars, So maybe it would have been still the preference, I don't know. I had to go back, but for sure I see a great opportunity going forward.
Right. On that note, thank you very much, Mr. Patil, for talking.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kishore and Chandra, for an engaging session. And now, Chandra, if I may request you to please come back on stage for our next session. Now, the next panel is someone who needs a platform that is democratizing, who heads a platform that is democratizing access to artificial intelligence and natural language processing resources by making them available in the public domain for startups, innovators, and more. We are talking about the AI-based language platform, Bhashini, and joining us today is Amitabh Nag, who's the CEO and Digital India Bhashini. Please welcome him on stage. Now, along with him, we also have with us for the discussion Sunil Gupta, who's co-founder and CEO of Yotta Data Services, the Indian startup which is taking big AI bets and is gearing up to offer AI compute capacity to startups, the Indian government, and others at the competitive prices. Now, please join me in welcoming our speakers who will deep dive into what can help India to have an upper hand in artificial intelligence. Chandra, over to you.
Thank you very much for that, Vinaya. Before the session when we were chatting, Amitabh said Sunil is perhaps the richest man in India now because he's in possession of those elusive NVIDIA chips. So that's why I think the Mumbai has more billionaires now than Beijing or something like that. But thank you both for joining us. Amitabh, I want to start with you. Bhashini kind of took center stage when Prime Minister Modi's speech was translated simultaneously into multiple languages. That's when people realized the game-changing potential that this technology could have. But, it's been operational for a while. How are you measuring user adoption? Are you satisfied with the current growth rate? And the Bhashini app is currently in beta. So when can we expect a full launch? What new versions are being planned or features are being planned for new versions?
Okay, so,
yeah.
PM Modi, of course, tested.
The audio, can we check the audio, please?
Hello? Yeah. Hello? So, the Honorable Prime Minister used the most difficult part of our entire breadth of portfolio of offering, which was simultaneous speech translation. And it's kind of experiment and growing up. But that's not the base of what we are trying to do, right? At the base of it, we have developed AI models which translate one language to other among the 22 languages which is there in the Constitution, and it is in full production site. Last month, we had approximately 3.9 crore inferences on our system. That's a huge thing. We perhaps were about at 20,000 inferences in July last year. So exponential, if it has a definition, and this would be the best way to tackle it. There are offerings which are in the market, and if you start looking at from the perspective of mobile app is actually for the consumers. And yes, it is in beta, but beta for a very long time, because translation is one of the most difficult and oldest problem which has been there in the market. So you need that testing, we need that feedback from the market to say that it is perfect, and we want to perfect that particular technology, even though AI means training and perfection to a long, a continuous extent. We have launched the web translation tools, so you can on-the-fly translate website. We have launched the document translation tools, which are going to be on our system now. We have launched the video translation tools, which are again going to be that you can pass one video, translate it, and then there will be a workbench to actually see whether this can work or not work. But more importantly, we are getting into the user-side workbench use cases. And qualitatively looking at it, we had voice-based payment with NPCI. So you can send money to your near and dear ones by just speaking out in multilingual way, कि मुझे पैसे भेजना है, and then, the user journey starts. The grievance redressal, for example, in PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, where PM transfers money every 4 months, is basically if the payment is not received, there is a chatbot where you can actually go and talk to the chatbot and say that I haven't received your payment. It will authenticate and then give you a complete track path.
These are very fascinating use cases.
Yeah,
Voice-based payment system and a chatbot to solve for farmers payouts.
So the use cases will travel across to sectors. For example, in judiciary, of course, the judgment translation is one of the use cases. But when you are having the cases being referred to High Court or Supreme Court, the FIRs generally are in a local language. So how does the judge sitting in Supreme Court who is coming from some other region or knowing only English will understand what the transaction has happened all through? So those are the use cases where we are working upon multiple ways. We almost have about 50 odd specific use cases on which we are working. And then we are organizing hackathons and other things. Like, for example, with ONDC, we are generally automating complete D2C, direct-to-customer network for multilingual and voice-based. If you make it multilingual and voice-based, the potential of commerce going to rest of the at least 60 to 70% of the people who don't use it become very fast, because not only you're bridging the language divide, you're also bridging the digital divide as well as literacy divide by use of voice.
Right.
So those are the spaces to watch on as we proceed forward.
Right. In fact, we will see a demo of what Bhashini can do shortly. But before that, Mr. Gupta, I want to come to you. You were at, the NVIDIA GTC last week, where there were a lot of exciting announcements, and Yotta's getting more than 16,000 GPUs to India. So from the point of view of an Indian startup, how do they stand to benefit if they subscribe to GPU access from a domestic data center when compared to a data center from, say, a US or a Europe? And the second part of that question is, even as startups here want to access the previous generation of NVIDIA's AI chips, the company has announced new versions. Are they at a disadvantage because their access to these chips will come much later after the big techs like Meta and Microsoft? So is there a level playing field here?
Thank you, Chandra. So I'm just recalling my days around 25 years back when we used to say that if India has to go into the digital world, And that time we all used to make websites, and anybody having a knowledge of HTML and websites used to say they will have a big business case. That was the time of .com boom, and everybody wanted to be a party to the .com boom. At that time, more than 80% of the websites which we all as Indians used to access were all hosted in US. And India was not having any data center worth its quality or scale to host Indian websites, and whatever applications enterprises are using or were using at that time were into their own captive computer rooms or EDP rooms or data centers, captive, whatever we used to call it that time. Government privatized that. On one side, India started rolling out networks, the physical fiber. We started having a transition from 2G to 3G to 4G and today 5G. On other side, India started building data centers, and that was the boom which started around 2004-05. It kept on going on a particular scale till 2013-14, and suddenly, because hyperscaler decided that if they had to target this big market called India, really in a very big scale way, they will have to put their clouds in India. And after that, what has happened in India in terms of the data center growth, I think we all must have read how India has almost become the third or the fourth largest market in terms of the data center infrastructure. And so what I'm trying to say is the digital growth in India, where all of us are consuming digital every single moment, there is an infrastructure layer behind that, which is the network layer and data center layer. And because we were able to make that in a very, very scalable way, and we brought the price of network down, we all know the cost of data consumption in India today, which compared to what it was 15 years back, this whole digital explosion has happened. We are today standing at the same point from an AI adoption point of view. So today, while we all talk about that India has got the third largest number of startups in the world, majority of them, the numbers are, I think we have got 60 lakh IT professionals, around 5 lakh IT professionals are AI professionals. But the unfortunate part is majority of those AI professionals are working for foreign companies making their AI models. They are not making AI models for India, for Indian companies to solve Indian use cases, right? If we have to make our Indian startups, Indian companies, and if we have to make projects like Bhashini is a very big project, and there are many other projects who are like waiting in the wings. If we have to make this project highly scalable to solve the real world issues of India at ground level, we will have to develop the AI infrastructure in India, which is at a very, very large scale, which obviously take care of our sovereign needs and also makes it very, very affordable, not only for larger institutions and governments who can afford it, but also for small startups also who may not want to make a large foundational model, but they also want to do a fine-tuning of a model, or they want to build an app which can take use of a fine-tuned model. What we are doing, and as Chandra said, is we are actually a data center operator. I'm operating data center for last 5 years as Yotta, and we are running large campuses which can scale to very, very large levels in terms of power, fiber, cooling, everything which is required to run very, very large infrastructures. Last year when ChatGPT came in our lives, we all saw the impact of AI as a consumer. And immediately after that, Jensen Huang, who is the CEO of NVIDIA, came to India. He met Prime Minister. And Prime Minister asked him the same thing. Number one, how can India become the leader in AI, just like India is a leader in software and services, non-AI? And number two, how do we make sure that we do not send our raw data to outside world and they create their models and then give those models back to India for consuming? So using India as a raw material factory, and also using India as a market. Why not we use our data for our own purposes, building our own models? And Jensen said, I can give you chips, but somebody has to be there who can buy these chips and put these chips for the use of Indian service providers, Indian startups and Indian customers. That is where we took the bait. The ecosystem was in place. We have data centers, we have power, we have fiber. All those skill sets and all were there. I'm selling GPUs, the smaller ones, for last 4 or 5 years. So we have placed an order on NVIDIA for 16,000 H100s till about 4 days back when Jensen Huang announced his latest chip, which is GB200, which Chandra, you are talking about in their annual conference GTC. H100 remained the most powerful NVIDIA chip, which is capable of training the largest of the AI models like a GPT-4, for example. We have ordered 16,000 of them, which still, if you put them into a cluster with InfiniBand and all, still makes it as a complete supercomputer, as 9th or 10th largest supercomputer in the world. So it is a very, very large scale, even from a global perspective. And what we are doing is that these chips, along with the network which put these chips to work together at high speed, because chips are supposed to work together, only then you can train a very large model, with a high-speed storage, with a software layer, everything, making a complete ecosystem on which you can either build your foundational model, or you can use a pre-trained model, put your data, and then do a fine-tuning of the model. Or once your model is trained, you put it in the marketplace for inferencing, and then the inferencing load comes in, which Amitabh ji was talking about, which itself will be much bigger than even the training load. All these things are possible because these chips, with all the associated IT infrastructure, will be in place. We are going live with the first phase of these chips, of about 4,000 chips, on 15th of May. The chips have started arriving in my data center. That is what I announced on social media in the last couple of days.
What kind of price points are we going to look at?
Sorry?
What kind of price points are we going to look at?
Okay, good. So, number one is nobody will have to invest into any capex anymore, because everything will become on as a service model, number one, right? So it's like a cloud model. Number two, even on a cloud model, today if you go to a hyperscaler, you are going to consume it at $9 to $12 per GPU hour. The charging unit is GPU hour. If you go to some of the specialized GPU provider in US, there are people like CoreWeave and Lambda Labs who are specialized GPU providers. You will consume it at around $4 per GPU hour. What we are putting out, and this is publicly on our website, is on an average price of $2 per GPU hour. So we are actually, and I announced it in the GTC, the global conference in US last week, that we are benchmarking ourselves against the best GPU providers in the world, both in terms of quality, because we are an NVIDIA NCP elite provider. So in terms of quality, we are exactly at par or maybe better than hyperscalers, because we are following NVIDIA reference architecture. And in terms of price, this is the lowest price in the world. So today, if a startup wants to consume a GPU for a few hours or few weeks, they can do that by just paying some couple of dollars. And if somebody wants to have a longer access of GPUs for 2 years or 3 years, even that is doable. So suddenly, as you said, the democratizing of AI infrastructure, which possibly was holding us back in developing very large AI models in India, will suddenly become very, very possible.
Right. It'll be interesting to see if this becomes the geo moment for GPUs in terms of pricing. But Amitabh, you described Bhashini, its scope. We also want you to do a demo, if it's possible, to show us what Bhashini is capable of. Yeah. This is going to be an experiment. Let's see how it works.
So a part of the demo is there. If you actually look at it, it was transcribing what was happening here on the stage. Yeah.
जर तुम्ही प्रत्यक्षात ते पाहिले तर ते येथे मंचावर काय घडत होते ते लिहित होते. होय.
Good afternoon, friends.
मला आशा आहे की तुम्हाला हा भाग आवडला असेल. आभारी आहे. मी तुम्हाला पुढच्या भागात भेटेन. अलविदा. शुभ दुपार मित्रांनो. बाळ.
Stop it. So it's picking up whatever we are discussing out. So good afternoon, friends.
शुभ दुपार मित्रांनो.
Bhashini stands as a revolutionary AI-powered language translation tool, serving as a catalyst for collaboration, facilitating research endeavors, and empowering end users through real-time translation of diverse Indian languages.
Bhashini एक क्रांतिकारी AI संचालित भाषेतील भाषांतर साधन म्हणून उभे आहे, जे सहकार्यासाठी उत्प्रेरक म्हणून काम करते, संशोधन प्रयत्न सुलभ करते आणि विविध भारतीय भाषांच्या वास्तविक वेळेच्या अनुवादाद्वारे अंतिम वापरकर्त्यांना सक्षम करते.
Its overreaching aim is to dismantle the barriers imposed by language diversity, a feat we have realized by encompassing 22 languages enshrined in Indian Constitution.
भाषेच्या विविधतेमुळे निर्माण झालेले अडथळे दूर करणे हे त्याचे व्यापक उद्दिष्ट आहे, जे भारतीय राज्यघटनेत नमूद केलेल्या 22 भाषांचा समावेश करून आपण साध्य केले आहे.
Bhashini's capabilities extend across multiple mediums, seamlessly translating text, video, audio, and even recognizing optical characters.
वाशिनीची क्षमता अनेक माध्यमांमध्ये अखंडपणे मजकूर, व्हिडिओ, ऑडिओचे भाषांतर आणि अगदी ऑप्टिकल वर्ण ओळखण्यापर्यंत विस्तारते.
It ensures a seamless transition between languages by comprehensively addressing the spectrum of translation requirements.
भाषांतराच्या आवश्यकतांच्या व्याप्तीला सर्वसमावेशकपणे संबोधित करून भाषांमधील अखंड संक्रमण सुनिश्चित करते.
Whether engaging in conversation or crafting written content, Bhashini bridges the language divide, thereby fostering greater understanding and inclusivity in our interconnected world.
संभाषणात गुंतलेले असोत किंवा लिखित मजकुराची रचना करत असोत, भाषणी भाषेचे विभाजन करते आणि त्याद्वारे आपल्या परस्परांशी जोडलेल्या जगात अधिक समजूतदारपणा आणि समावेशकता वाढवते.
Thank you.
So, Amitabh, is Bhashini trained on your voice? If I speak, will this happen simultaneously? No, is Bhashini trained on your voice? If I speak, will it happen simultaneously?
No, that's what I said, that it was one of the most difficult use cases, because what's happening is that when I'm speaking, you would have seen the automatic speech recognition comes into picture. That means it is automatically transcribing what I am saying. Then it is in English, so it has to be translated text to text, so it gets translated into Marathi on text, and then text to speech comes in. So it is 3 API pipelines which are working. These API, when I am speaking, this is actually taken to the internet, hits onto our cloud, and then comes back, right? And the amount of delay you have seen, when first time Prime Minister used it, perhaps we had promised about 6 seconds of delay. Now perhaps you would have seen that it is 1 second or 2 seconds.
Yeah,
that's what is
1 to 2
happening.
seconds.
So the technology will improve. Now what it is trained on and what are the current limitations which we have, it's not trained on my voice. If you had seen, I have curated a speech to speak on. And why I had curated a speech to speak on, that it is not a normal spoken language. It is a textually correct grammatical language.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And that is what I am speaking out, and that is when the model works very fine. We have to go, and when we are trying to do change of languages or trying to do other activities, there are different languages. I'll give you some examples. That when we were doing voice-based payment, this model's accuracy dropped by 50%.
Wow.
And then
the dialects will be different.
No, vocabulary itself is different, and payment vocabulary has a lot of other words which come in. Banking vocabulary will have credit and debit. Now, credit in English is meaning a very different thing. I am giving credit to you is about honoring you or giving you those things, but when you are in terms of talking about in banking, it has got a very different meaning. So the contextualization will have to be carried out, right? So when we did launch voice-based payment with NPCI, after dropping it 50%, we brought it to about 95 to 98% when we launched the product. You would see us launching mobile charge kar do, FASTag charge kar do, gas bill pay kar do, all of these use cases on which we are working now to train the models. Means we would perhaps be about 80% on the track for training the model, and perhaps we were targeting 31st of March, but I think by 15th of April or 30th of April, we will be in the market with all these use cases. So it's, the models are to be trained. So if we are speaking grammatically correct textual language, you will perhaps be having a translation which is reasonably good. If you are doing a bolchal ki bhasha, then it would be different because, we have to train the model on that. And that is something which is work in progress. So a lot of work in progress in the sense that we are working with railways. The complaints in the railways will get multilingual in a short while from now. But then about 3,000 train names needs to be transliterated. Wow. Hoshiarpur, station names needs to be translated. Hoshiarpur cannot be, intelligent pur in English, right? It has to be Hoshiarpur. So the system must know, system must know all of it, and the glossary needs to be prepared. So it's all about being persistent, keep doing events like it. I'm thankful to you that you're giving opportunity for us in front of the audience so that they can be critical about it and appreciate what is good and what is bad, so that we continue to get feedback and keep improving ourselves.
Right, and I hope, startups and entrepreneurs get an opportunity to work with Bhashini, because, this can clearly have amazing use cases in India.
Just that, because you have raised the point, just a point of interruption there. Yes, this year is going to be working with startups. We are going to organize multiple, hackathons, multiple grand challenges on each one of the activities. We already, these products which I talked about, video translation, document translation, even the speech-to-speech translation is done by a startup. We are improving day by day on it, right? But the core application has been done by a startup. So those hackathons and startups, for startups and grand challenges for startups on the language-based things would keep coming up. So please look at and watch out for our announcements on our social media handles as well as on our website.
Right, that's a great opportunity. We have final 1.5 minutes. So very quickly to you, Sunil, as you set up your first AI data center, I think it's operational from April 1st.
Yep.
Not an April's Day fool joke. Genuinely, they are going to open an AI data center. You must be getting a lot of inbound interest from prospective customers like startups, large enterprises and system integrators. How would you quantify their share of demand? Will you also be working with Indian foundational models like a Sarvam or a Kritrim? And can Bhashini be a potential customer?
Yes, if Mr. Amitabh obliges.
You should give the government some subsidy.
Yes. So on a serious note, so yes, the first is that I think it has taken 5-6 months for me to communicate this message, and today I'm here again to communicate the message that the AI chips are finally here in India. It's no more talk in the air. Actually, the chips are there and they'll be going live for the consumption of everybody and everybody through a self-service portal. You don't need to really come and talk to me and sign an offline contract. You will be able to come on shakticloud.ai, and so my product name is Shakti Cloud, shakticloud.ai. You will be able to go there in the next few days. Whether you want to have one single GPU, you want to have a part of the GPU as a part of a container, or whether you want to have thousands of GPUs connected together through an InfiniBand, all of them with the associated storage will be available. What we are doing, we are creating a big orchestration layer on the top of that. We have put NVIDIA AI software stack as a part of our marketplace. So number one, that you can build your foundational models. If you want to start from scratch, bring your own data, curate the data in the platform, use the GPUs and train the model, great. If you want to publish your model in my marketplace so that people can start consuming your model and you can make money, that is doable on the platform. We are giving that facility. If you want to use some of the pre-trained models, NVIDIA itself has made so much of pre-trained models. Jensen Huang in last week at GTC in US, he only focused on software. NVIDIA has already made GPUs. They already are enabling the world with that. But what they are focusing on is creating thousands and thousands of pre-trained models on use cases. And these models, they are making it available as containers. They call it NIMs. And these containers will be available through the APIs, which are like, the ChatGPT equivalent of APIs, so that you can just plug them into your applications, your corporate applications like SAP or Oracle, and start using them. We are making all those containers, those NIMs, available in our platform. So the idea is whether you are a startup who just want to fine-tune a pre-existing model for your end customer, an enterprise, you can use that. Whether you are a very large institution like Bhashini, who are creating foundational models to convert possibly 300 plus languages to, translate, transcribe, transliterate among themselves, even that is doable. And if you just want to use a pre-trained model and just make it available for somebody for inferencing on a large scale model, again like Bhashini, all those are available. Today I'm getting more inquiries from outside India because the chips are in shortage across the world. So there are inquiries from Europe and Middle East and Singapore. Everybody wants to have access of chips. We are making sure that as much chips are required for the government use for projects like Bhashini and for the purpose of startups, they are available because, and just answering your last question, which is important, India is not even a single inch behind global once these chips are in place. H100, as I said, was the latest chip till 4 or 5 days back before Jensen announced. The latest chips, GB200, are getting available to the world in October. October, November, December, they are making it available only to 2 or 3 customers who were working with NVIDIA for a long time. But January, February, March is something when me as an elite provider of NVIDIA are getting the access to. So besides getting the H100s, by February, India will also have the latest generation GB200 chips also available from us only.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Amitabh and Sunil, for taking us through India's own AI edge, whether it's Bhashini or whether it's through the first AI data center. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sunil and Amitabh, for those wonderful insights. I request Chandra to please continue being on the stage with us. As Prime Minister Modi recently remarked, AI is advantage India. Now, how many of you in this room own a Mercedes-Benz? Let's have a show of hands. Okay, well, how many of you would like to buy one at some point in time? Again, show of hands. Oh yes, wonderful. So our next speaker might have a trick or two to help you on that. I would now like to invite on stage Bhavya Dilip Kumar, Money Control. Bhavya and Chandra will now be in conversation with Santosh Iyer, who is the MD and CEO of Mercedes-Benz India, who will take us through Mercedes-Benz's incredible success story in India and how artificial intelligence is making its way into all the elements of the automotive value chain. Over to you.
A round of applause for Santosh Iyer, the top boss of Mercedes-Benz India. Yeah. Both will sit on this. Yeah. He will sit in between. Okay. Sorry, we are sorting out the seating arrangements.
Okay.
Santosh, clearly many people in the room want to own a Mercedes. So by the end of the conversation, we are going to get some tips and tricks from you.
Really hope all of you are revved up, literally. So I don't think the company needs any introduction, but I'm sure some of you all already driving it on the road. Some of you, like me, maybe just looking at the pictures and also the price and driving it in our dreams. So thank you so much, Santosh, for joining us. So we'll jump right in. 30 years of Mercedes-Benz in India, right? I mean, this is a remarkable journey. And I'm sure you would have seen multiple waves of innovation coming in. So talk to us a little bit about that. Maybe if you can, give us some milestones during this journey, that'll be great.
Well, thanks. Yeah, am I audible? Check.
You can use my mic.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me here. Thanks a lot. I think this event in Pune and 30 years of not only being in India, but being in Pune, actually, because way back in '94, we set up our shop in India, and that was in Pune. And ever since, we have grown strength to strength. This year is special for us in many ways, not only because we completed 30 years, but there are a lot of milestones. I think when I look at our existence in India, you know, we started in 94 and for the first 15 years till 2009, you know, we got some remarkable products like the W124, iconic cars, a lot of aspiration. But still, we didn't see, I would say, a big offtake, you know, you know, I fondly tell my colleagues in Stuttgart that India is a market where you need to have strategic patience. You know, it will pay up, but you need to be patient for the right timing. It was in 2013-14 that we started accelerating our journey, and we said that we first need to get products suitable for India. So we started with a long wheelbase E-Class, a product only made for India. So India is the only market in the world to have a right-hand drive long wheelbase E-Class, so customized for India. Then came the current government's push for clean diesels. They said BS6 transition. There was a deadline of 2020, but Mercedes said that no, we need to do it 2 years prior to the deadline. In 2018, we introduced. Then the electric mobility, you know, discussion started. So we not only introduced the first cars in India in 2020, just before COVID, but we were also the first to localize an EV. So we are the only manufacturer to locally produce an EV in India. And so there is a lot of story of first for us, a lot of pride there. And then also when you look at our retailing model, we said as a luxury brand, should we sell cars like mass OEMs or should we change our retailing model? So we were the first and the only brand to have a direct-to-consumer retailing model now set up. Again, a lot of data there, a lot of digitalization that we have done in our factory. Today, we have invested 3,000 crores in India. Last year, we did close to 18,000 cars. Top line is more than 10,000 crores in the previous financial year, and it's growing significantly. We have around 2,000 odd people working in Pune. And then also a bit of trivia, because this is more of the tech community here. In Bangalore, my colleagues also set up a big unit in Bangalore and in Pune. We have 8,000 people working in the RD setup, in the IT setup. And I will talk about it maybe in a while, but they are doing really path-breaking work. And we can be proud to say that any Mercedes in the world has an India in it, because our Indian engineers, our tech designers are all involved in some component, some way in any Mercedes that's being made, produced, designed in the world. So I think we have come a long way in India in the last 30 years, quite proud to be there. And now we look forward for the next 30.
That's an amazing statistic, 3,000 crores of investment, and you have so many thousands of people working on the tech side. I think Mercedes-Benz would have one of the biggest GCCs, as they call it, in the country. 2023 also was one of your best years, Santosh, in terms of sales. You've also previously said that, you know, India is your fastest growing market. So where are the new pockets of demand? I'm guessing the Bangalore demand must be coming from the startup founders and their ESOP payouts and all that. But where do you see pockets of demand beyond the metros in the smaller cities?
Well, I think the star is the most desirable symbol. You know, they keep saying, and a lot of people have, I think we are fortunate to have polished the star over the years. The desirability for the brand is strong. And India always had wealth. You know, luxury is not new to India, yeah. But consumption of luxury was a challenge for many years. And therefore, right now what we see is with changing demographics, you know, the average age has now come down to 38 years. So there is a set of youngsters who no longer want to now just buy houses and, you know, or invest, but they want to now also enjoy luxury, enjoy consumption. The second biggest tipping point is the infrastructure. I think the last 5 to 7 years, we have seen amazing road infrastructure coming up. Intercity travel has increased, and that is driving consumption of luxury cars, safer cars. So they are buying Mercedes-Benz and other luxury cars. Also, when I talk about demographics, the women buyers, it used to be 6 to 7%. Now it's around 15%. So both of you on the stage and many in the audience, I can see driving Mercedes-Benz quite soon.
Journalists are not paid enough to buy Mercedes-Benz. So
no,
exactly, you have to cross over to, you know, entrepreneurship to be.
No, and I think that's a good segue to the last big enabler, which is our financial services. You know, we have a financial services arm. It's an NBFC which has a $750 million worth of books in India. 40% of my cars sold are financed by them. But what we do is now we have a new product called Agility. So you don't pay for the full price of the car. You only pay for 40 to 50%. The balance 50% we take it as our guarantee. At the end of 3 or 4 or 5 years, we take back the car. So you enjoy the car by paying very low EMIs, and that's again driving demand and driving growth. So these are certain factors which is driving the demand for us. And then coming to the remark on tier 2, tier 3 markets, India is a 4 million car market. In this 4 million car market, total luxury car sales are close to 45-50,000 cars. So we keep saying that only 1% penetration of luxury to total sales. But when you now dissect this, if you see Bombay and Delhi, they are already at 2.5%. So there the luxury penetration is quite high or becoming much more rapidly growing. And when I look at tier 2, tier 3, there the penetration is only 0.4. So clearly there is a big opportunity in tier 2 and tier 3 where consumers have a desirability to own, but there is no necessity today. I am in a small town, I don't need a luxury vehicle maybe. Also it's dependent on family structures. Till the time my dad doesn't drive a Mercedes-Benz, I cannot drive a Mercedes-Benz. So these are socio-cultural factors, and this is changing, and that's going to drive demand for the future.
Exactly. I mean, the 38 years is already giving me, major pressure. So that's great. So Santosh, let's dive into the AI and innovation part of it as well a little bit. So there's something very exciting that Mercedes-Benz is doing. I'm sure you all would have read. They are working with humanoids, so human robots, basically. Tell us a little bit about that, and we are more curious to know what are the support functions that India business is doing, especially for this project.
See, frankly, we firmly believe that we invented the car. We continue to invent it, and we will reinvent it again. And so as part of this, it's also about designing a car, producing a car, and also ensuring how can we use latest technologies for better customer experience. So first, let me clarify the humanoid aspect. There was a startup from Texas which had a humanoid weighing around 72 kilograms. We got it to our plant in Kashkamet. The idea is to see some of the menial jobs which our factory workers do. Can that be replaced? How will be the human robotic interface happen in shop floors of the future? How can we get more enriched jobs to people and routine mundane jobs to robots? And that's where we are working with some of these experiments in the shop floor. But going beyond, today, let me talk about production. We are ensuring that almost at every stage we are digital twins. So we are not starting a production line without doing it digitally in the system, and most of this work is happening out of India as well. Back in Bangalore, where digital twins are being created, production planning is being done digitally. The first car is produced digitally, and then based on the learnings, we are investing on tools, equipments to bring it to life in the real world. So a lot of work on Industry 4.0 using these digital twins happening on the production side. When I talk about consumer-facing applications, we already have a virtual assistant in the car. Yeah. But that's, I think, still 1.0. Recently in the CES in Vegas, I think in Jan, we showed the next level of interface with this virtual assistant. So today you have to give a prompt. Hey, Mercedes, can you drive me to my office? And show the navigation. Tomorrow you just can speak like how you speak to your friend or colleague in the car. It will be able to detect using the neural networks that you are talking to the car. It's able to suggest. It's much more proactive to an extent where if you are running late for an appointment, it will look up to your calendar and maybe dial in the Teams call for you because you're already late in the meeting. So we are trying to see, and this is technologies in cars as early in the next 12 to 36 months. So we are not saying long term, we are saying very short mid-term. When I talk about autonomous drive, because that's again a big topic, not in India, but in the US, we are the only OEM to be certified level 3 autonomous in the US. So we have got, we can drive on public roads with level 3 autonomous car, and all of this need a lot of machine learning, a lot of AI to do these tasks. So it goes across a wide range of spectrum. Even on car, even in India today, we are able to see that the car gives us recommendations on service. We are ready to keep the parts for the car, which will come to the workshop in a couple of days' time. So a lot of, I would say, AI use cases are being done. we have a very clear, I would say, framework on how do we use AI responsibly. That's also very core. So it's not that someone in the team thinks, hey, let's now start coming up with a new use case. It needs to go through certain layers of filtration, approval processes before that AI is also deployed. So just giving examples and coming back to India, I can only say that one, for the customer, most of these features will be available in the car. From the development side, as I said, MBRDI colleagues are developing digital twins. They are working a lot on the new MBOS. This is the cloud to chip to cloud architecture. It's a lot of work being done out of Bangalore and Pune. On this, it's a new operating system, proprietary to MB. We want to see that today, if we don't have proprietary software, proprietary AI tools, how will we distinguish a luxury brand? Because today, for example, Google Maps, you go into a mass market, you go into a luxury car, it will look similar. But tomorrow, that Google Map in a Mercedes-Benz needs to be more personalized, more intuitive, and much more offering personalization than what any other brand can offer. And this is where our operating systems are going to be deployed. Work is on. You will see them, as I said, in the next 12 to 36 months' time.
For a minute, I felt like I was listening to a tech CEO and not, CEO of a luxury car maker. Maybe that's going to be every CEO of the future.
No, I think the lines are blurred. We are already saying, smartphones, smart vehicles, and today car is more software. A lot of work is happening, and we are upskilling ourselves, including me, including my teams.
Yeah, in fact, we had KPIT CEO, and he said the third biggest center for them is Munich, because they work on automotive engineering.
Yeah, on upskilling, we are investing worldwide 2 billion euros, 2 billion in upskilling our people onto AI, deep tech, and the different technologies that's coming up, and in the next 3 to 4 years' time. That's the kind of money that's invested just in upskilling to ensure, from a traditional automotive player, we are a more software-driven company.
Bhavya? Great. So, very fascinating, Santosh. So, there are also two issues that come up with this, right? You spoke about job replacement. How do you kind of address the fear that's, I think it's already everywhere, not just automobile or manufacturing, everywhere. That's one, and the more autonomous we go, there's also a fear of cyber attacks and, hacking and more. So is that why you're developing your own operating system? So how do we kind of address these two challenges?
So, the first is this debate of losing jobs and AI replacing the world in many aspects. It's partially true. Maybe you can say that there is a frontier which will replace human beings. But I am now 25 years, working in my career in the automotive industry. And when I started early in the career, computers were the threat. When I was studying in college, that used to be the biggest thing. I remember my parents telling me, computers are coming. One should learn computers. Otherwise, and that's going to replace jobs. Today it's AI. And I am sure the current generation will find something different, which we have not imagined in the next 20 years, that will again replace human beings and trying to do. So I think as a human race, we are far more intellectual. Of course, we will come up with challenge the frontiers. And there is a lot of governance models being set in. And I think that's very important when it comes to AI for corporates, for individuals operating in this world, what kind of a governance mechanism you can have. Coming back to creating our own operating system, I think it's essential to differentiate. Luxury starts where necessity ends. So people don't buy Mercedes-Benz cars to go from point A to point B. How can I hyper-personalize the car? How can I be unique? How can I give offerings to the customer which is highly differentiated? And for that, I need my proprietary platforms. But again, our core strength lies in automotive technology. So we have actually tied up with NVIDIA. We have tied up with Google. Partnerships are the name of the game to accelerate. And the partnership with NVIDIA goes back 4 years back. So we were one of the first, even before this entire wave of, discussions on AI and chips. And the earlier colleagues were mentioning about different kinds of technologies coming in. But we are the natural partners for many years, and we have been developing this ecosystem. So I think, as I said, in order to reinvent the car, we need to ensure that we are in the forefront. We need to keep some of them proprietary. But anything which is safety relevant, we will open up. Right from ESPs, airbags, many of the technologies we have kept at an open ecosystem because that saves human lives. But whichever will add to customer experience, we would like to ensure it is proprietary and within Mercedes-Benz ecosystem.
That's great. I mean, no thanks to movies, they're coming up with, creative problems like autonomous cars colliding with each other and apocalypse coming up. So I also want to move ahead. There are two major issues that the industry itself, including Mercedes-Benz, is facing, right? One, the supply chain disruptions. I don't think this seems to be, easing anytime sooner. And there's also a specific issue, I think you had pointed out in your earlier interactions about customer waiting period, right? I think last time you said it was around 9 months with a backlog of around 3,000 customers in the wait. So how can AI solve this? And also give us a sense of where these two issues are presently.
Well, we are using, certain predictive modeling tools to order cars, the right cars, the right colors, the right mix. But there are, the market is ever changing. So so we are trying to use tools. We are also trying to use tools to ensure our supplier ecosystem is also given heads up much earlier in advance so that we can prevent some of the delays as such. But having said that, I think today there are cars which even have a 2-year waiting period, like the G wagon that we have. 4 months back, we had a limited. This car cost 4 crores. We announced bookings. And within 7 minutes, we had sold off these cars, actually. So, and that's one end of the spectrum. Then we have I would say the core luxury segment, the traditional cars like the E-Class, the GLCs. This we try to cope up with demand. Even today, we are sitting on an order book of 3,000 cars. And it's varied. Some of the cars are available off the shelf, but I think the production colleagues are using a lot of digitalization. In fact, this year we have invested 200 crores in our factory in Pune, out of which a substantial part goes into digitalizing our shop floor as well as on some of this predictive modeling to ensure supply chain, is more robust and we are able to do. But we are in a VUCA world. By the time we realize the impact of a global incident, it takes 6 to 8 months because it's not the tier 1 supplier there. It's the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And by the time they start facing the issues in the supply chain, it's already too late. So I think it's a matter of time that more connected ecosystem between us and the suppliers will be able to improve the situation better. But I would still say improve the situation and not solve the problem fully, as of now.
Right. I think we have 1 more minute, so I'm going to ask you, Santosh, what launches can we expect in 2024, particularly when it comes to EVs? And I have to ask you, how old were you when you owned your first Mercedes-Benz?
Wow. So, firstly, on the product launches, we will be launching 12 new cars this year. 3 of them will be EVs. So we already have 3 EVs in the market. The addition of 3 will make it 6, so the portfolio will increase. Today, 5% of our sales are EVs. I think that's a good step. If I compare again with mass market, it's around 1 to 2%, and we are at 5%. So luxury customers' adoption is a bit higher compared to mass market. That's a positive sign. Coming to my personal, the first Mercedes-Benz is when I joined the company, but I didn't get a Mercedes-Benz. I grew up within this company. So when I got promoted
seems to be a good shortcut to own a Mercedes-Benz. Just join Mercedes.
Yeah, I would say yes. But and I am a prime example. I joined, as one of the staff members, actually without a car, I would say, grew up the ranks. So the first Mercedes I got was in 2012 when I was heading marketing at that point of time. Then, of course, working for car companies, that's the best thing. You can not only drive one car, but multiple cars. I am again in April in Stuttgart. For me, the biggest kick is I'll be able to drive cars which are 3 years down the line. That's something, working in the automotive industry, it's always helpful. But the first car is always special. I still remember it was a C-Class. It's not special for me personally, but when you drive on the road, the amount of glare and attention that I got, I still remember the pride that you get, especially in a market like India. I think there is a lot of respect also when you shift into the luxury segment as such. And I think that's something you cannot forget.
That's great. So I think time's up, but I can't be without asking this. Selfishly, I want some headlines. So are you tying up with any startups as well? Because, I mean, top automakers, I think Maruti Suzuki is investing in a startup for AI and, database decision-making and such. So what is in the cards with Mercedes?
So, you know, our sister concern in Bangalore, the RD setup that we have completely, they not about investment, but they try to incubate startups. In fact, we have one startup which is called the E-Innovator. This guy actually is an aggregator of all EV charging stations. So we have incubated that, and I think it's on its way to provide services not only to Mercedes-Benz, to the entire OEM, as well as to other players who want an aggregator platform. So we do small steps, not big steps, but as I said, we like to keep more things internally, so it's more proprietary to us as well.
That's great. Thank you so much, Santosh. It's been a great conversation, very candid. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having
a
me.
lot.
Thanks.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Santosh. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, all three of you, for this wonderful time. What an evening it has been so far, ladies and gentlemen. Packed with great insights. I'm sure some of you also learned the trick to buy your next Mercedes-Benz. So please remember that keep posting about this event on Twitter, on Instagram, on LinkedIn and Facebook. And please don't forget to mention the hashtag AI Alliance. With that, it's time for our first unicorn track of the evening, featuring 3 of Pune's SaaS unicorns. What can SaaS firms do to ride the wave of AI-led transformation? To delve deeper into this topic, we would first like to call upon stage Chandra Shrikant. Chandra is already here, thank you. Who will moderate this interesting session on building intelligent enterprises, how SaaS can unleash the power of AI. And for this, we welcome on stage Krishna Gopal Depura, who's the co-founder and CEO of MindTickle. If he can please come on stage. Thank you. If I may also invite Munish Darda, who's the co-founder and CTO of Icertis, on stage. And then Mr. Milind Borate, who's the co-founder and Chief Development Officer of Dhruva. I pass it on to Chandra hereafter to take the session ahead.
When was the last time you saw 3 SaaS unicorns from Pune on the same stage? I think they deserve a bigger round of applause.
The first time. First time.
And I can tell you, as someone based in Bangalore, these unicorns are very below the radar. So it took me a lot of effort and time to convince them that, you can come out of hiding and occupy the stage. So thank you, Krishna. Thank you so much, Munish and Milind, for talking to us. In the previous sessions, we've heard so much about how AI is transforming different industries, be it engineering services, automotive, what Santosh was talking about, or even how the government of India is, doing it via Bhashini. And we, of course, had Yota, who has the first batch of GPU chips. Take us through how your business has changed, because at a recent event, I think it was the SaaS Boomi event in Chennai, Freshworks' co-founder Girish Mathrubootham described AI as the, monster wave. He described it as the third monster wave that he's seen after the, internet, the web browser era and the iPhone era. Would you agree with that, this is the biggest monster wave perhaps in all the years that you've been an entrepreneur? Krishna.
So I think at least in our business, so we are in a sales readiness, sales productivity. How do you improve the productivity of our people? I think I genuinely feel that we are in an era where we have to either, our market is getting completely disrupted. And I can talk more about it, but I think this is one of the biggest change which is happening. Because one of the fundamental way that I explain it to my team is, this is where something when electricity was introduced. So electricity, when it came initially, it was about how the electricity will flow and all these things. But today that is a part of our ecosystem, right? How we use it from heating, cooling, lighting, traveling. So that is how fundamentally it is changing the behavior of people. How the next generation will use, I personally feel like the entire interfaces will go away. Right? Because you will not need any UI. It will be all co-pilots. So that's a fundamental different interface. A lot of things will be done by assistants. So in 2-3 years, the workflows will remain same, but how softwares are developed will completely change. So I personally feel so.
So it's very interesting. I think it's in my mind, it's not even a monster wave. I think that change has already happened. And it's a change that has never been seen before by
Krishna
humanity.
compared it to electricity, so that is something.
It is. I think it goes beyond electricity, and I think there's, and even the invention of the wheel. I'll give you an example. Santosh was here talking about Mercedes, and Mercedes actually buys $80 billion worth of material to manufacture their cars. Billion, B, right? All of that goes through iCertis. All of that procurement contracting goes through iCertis. Think about AI actually allowing even 20%, even 15%, even 10% gain in that we're talking about billions of dollars of change when AI actually comes into the picture. So it is actually disrupting some of these phenomena where people were thinking, automation would do 5%, 6% efficiencies. You would improve your gross margins by 2 or 3%, 4%. Now you can actually think 40, 50%. And that's the disruption that AI has the power today with Gen AI, especially with all the transformers that we're looking at. Look at Bhashini. The whole conversational paradigm is out there. It's going to change, right? There are no barriers. If I go to Chennai tomorrow and I don't want to speak, I want to speak in English, everybody's going to understand because that translation is going to be live. I think this wave is not something that we have ever seen before. It is changing human behavior. It's changing our behavior. It's changing my mom's behavior at 80 years old, right? She's using ChatGPT to compose her WhatsApp messages every day.
That's amazing.
And she uses translation. She uses translation to translate from Marathi to English. And I think we are, even today, we are denying how much impact this is going to have on our lives.
Right. Philip?
So before I come to your question, right, thank you for calling us here because Krishna was just saying that 3 unicorns, right, and on this stage, first time, but we also met for the first time, right? So thanks for that.
Pune is not such a big city. You're seriously...
Pune is not a big city. We actually are in offices next to each other. But Pune has its own culture and character, right? So, but yeah, we'll talk about that sometime later. So,
but I'm glad this worked out. So, yeah.
I'm glad too.
So coming to your question, right? I believe AI has already impacted us, right? And in a massive way. So when Google Maps works today, right? Or we are using OCR and we are using translation for so long. Right, it's just this change because of the LLMs, where and OpenAI actually opening it up to the world, right? That's where suddenly there was a interest that's in there, but very shortly it's already disrupted, right? And it's gonna be there. I agree with Krishna on the electricity part of it. So I believe in say last 30 years, computers was one thing that actually disrupted everything, right? Then came internet. Then I think mobile was the next kind of disruption. And then AI is going to be the next one. But it's actually moving so fast. The tech is moving so fast.
Right. Krishna, what are you doing to ensure that you're sort of infusing AI into every layer of the company? Because, this is a horizontal technology. It's not that you create an AI team and make them sit in one corner and, do experiments. This is all pervasive. So how have you sort of had to re-engineer Mindtickle to, cope with AI?
So no, I think as you're speaking, we are going through that because the biggest challenge is, as you both mentioned and as we saw, the fundamental components are changing. Right, I'll give you an example. So one of the biggest things when we launched our company was that when you are launching a new product, right, as they were saying, because a lot of automotive companies are customers. How do you launch a new product? Initially, it will be you can come and, do a role play and video and some of those recordings. Today, using AI, you can completely create a simulation model. Within minutes, it will go to the website. When the Mercedes launches these 12 new models, this AI, sales rep or an AI buyer will already understand all those things. And as a sales rep, you can go and actually communicate just the day the product has been launched, what are the kind of questions people are asking, right? And then when all the content is being created. Now, as a sales rep, many people are using just writing co-pilots. Oh, we just talked to Santosh, send an email to him. Oh, we heard about this presentation which, Kishore Patil did. So figure it out, and then it will find relevance. Like, hey, you are talking about automotive. These are the 3 case studies we have. This is what we can send. So fundamentally, where again I'm pushing is, I believe that we have to be prepared for what the future will look like. And honestly, we don't know. So that is where I'm saying, like, the interfaces will go away, the co-pilots will stay, and a lot of this content creation will completely change. You're right, all those things. So fundamentally, we are saying, like, you have to imagine that future, you have to imagine the next generation, and you have to imagine what changes are coming. And then the only thing that will remain is the business problem, like, right? The problem that will remain is how fast you can help companies launch new products. That is the only problem remain. Now, all the components will go away. You will become more of a many of the software companies will have to become like a Lego blocks, where you have to figure out what the right Lego blocks and create an amazing interface, like, right? Instead of developing technologies, you will have to assemble technologies. So that is a fundamental shift that we are trying to talk about. We are trying to ensure that every person, whether it's an engineer, support person, product person, you all will have to understand your customers. You cannot live with like, I know Java, I know this, like, doesn't work. You have to solve and understand customer problems, and I don't know where the solution is going to come from. So, I mean, that's the fundamental shift we are trying to make.
Right. Manish, the other thing that I wanted to ask you about was the Gen AI adoption among customers vis-a-vis enterprise customers. How are you seeing it trending? Because, I mean, when ChatGPT launched, there was a lot of excitement among users. You mentioned how your mother is using it, for instance. What kind of changes are you seeing with respect to enterprise adoption?
So, very interesting, right? One of my colleagues, his son actually made a statement many years ago that, I want the same experience that I have Sunday evening when I go to the office Monday morning. It's a very interesting thing, right? What we use in our consumer world, what we use, including our phones, and now ChatGPT, for example, you want that at some point in the enterprise. So there's already that demand, there's already that excitement that has come in the enterprise when ChatGPT launched. And there are 2 reasons. I think one was there was a step change in terms of what that technology could do. For us, at Icertis, we do contract lifecycle management, contract intelligence. We deal with legal contracts. Very hard to understand usually, even the lawyers who draft them, anybody in the room who are lawyers, excuse me, they find it very hard to interpret sometimes after a while. Very nuanced language. But AI is changing the game. CLM as we know it probably is dead. Because all this technology is now consumer technology. So for us, kind of going to our enterprise customers, which are some of the largest in the world, 33 of the Fortune 100 use Icertis today, including Mercedes-Benz. It's very interesting to figure out, how they can take that technology, use it, and change their business. And I think that is what is happening. Enterprises, as Krishna also said, they're looking to change. What is going to happen? What's the transformation? What's the next step? How is this going to change for the world, and how is it going to affect our business? Because I think most people have realized that it is going to affect our business. And we did a poll a few months ago. 95% of the CTOs and CIOs said that we are going to do something big, launch projects, do investments in Gen AI in the next 6 to 8 months. So everybody is ready. I think now the question is, how quickly can we deliver value? How quickly can we give return on investment? And how quickly can we actually also take care of, all the concerns behind, especially the ethical AI and the responsible AI concerns behind Gen AI. I think that's what is really left.
Right. Milind, I have to ask you, so one of my colleagues was chatting with the founder of a SaaS firm, and he said many of their functions internally, they don't see the need to have people anymore. For instance, if they had freelancers to work on content or, marketing pitch or sales pitch, they now think they can do it using, a ChatGPT or an Anthropic or whatever it is that you use. Are you already seeing that happen at SaaS firms where some functions, the dependency on human beings is coming down? What will this mean for jobs going forward?
So I believe, again, it's like a classic disruption, right? And again, we are talking about Gen AI primarily here, right? Or the large language models primarily here. And as like any other disruption, initially it's going to actually perform much worse than the existing methods that we use for doing anything. And because of that, what's happening, say if we think about, programmers' jobs will go away, I don't think that's going to happen, because right now, or at least right now, because it's actually doing far worse than a job than like a typical coder, right? But it being disruption, it will probably take similar steps. So I was talking to somebody in the manufacturing industry, and when automation actually happened there, initially it was like individual small jobs the CNC machines used to do, right? And humans will actually put in that job there. They'll first of all like program it, then put the job there. The job is ready, get it out, put the next one in. Then kind of the assembly will kind of happen through humans. Quality checks will happen through humans. After that, robots actually took over, like putting that job in and taking it out also. So I think similar fashion, for like quite some time, it will be monitored by humans, and that's where it'll stay. I don't know how much time it will take, but in a way that's like the social aspect of it also. Maybe 5 years, 10 years, maybe like 15, 20 years. But yeah, we do see AI kind of being able to do something like end to end. Yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but right now a little bit in the infancy, so it's not necessarily...
are sort of overblown, you think?
It's not necessarily taking away jobs right now. Yeah, future,
but as
who
it
knows?
gets better and better, it could.
Yeah.
Right.
If I may, very interesting metaphor here. I think a couple of months ago, I was in an interview live on TV, and the journalist asked me first question out of the box, is AI going to take away jobs? Are you going to take away jobs from lawyers? And I said, remember the Industrial Revolution long time ago? That's what it did. And I think any revolution, any disruption probably does take away jobs, but it pushes the boundaries of what we do as humans.
Yeah.
And it reconfigures jobs. And I think one of the things also, I think Santosh mentioned, the 2 billion euro for reskilling, that also is included. That's the spend, that's the cost that you do when a disruption comes along. And you have to make sure that your people get retrained, reskilled, and so on. So all companies are going to have to do that.
Right. Stepping away from AI for a second, I also have to ask the three of you. One big trend that we have seen among startups this year is that many of them who had flipped abroad are flipping back to India. And SaaS firms traditionally have sort of had their domicile abroad because, that's where their customer base is, possibly that's where a bulk of their investors are. But now do the three of you see a strong case for flipping back to India? I mean, we've seen PhonePe do it, Razorpay is evaluating it. Meesho, in fact, is raising a round of funding just to fund the flipping back to India. Is this a conversation that you're having right now, Krishna?
So again, I think it depends on the industry, because many of the firms that you're talking about, their big markets are India. The good part is
regulators are in India.
The regulators are in India, the markets are India, the consumers are India, so you will be rewarded better. The good news, what I can say is like 10 years back, and maybe you guys can confirm, but earlier everybody had to look at US or like Europe for the market. Now India itself is a very big market, like serving from India to the global market or serving for the India market. So I think that lines have now got blurred. So it's all about like what value you are generating. So right now I think yes, there are a lot of other legal, taxation and other challenges, but where you get, like earlier investors were also like very particular that you have to be in US if you want to get funded and all those things. The good news is all those things have gone away. Now it's all about, are you a good company? Are you trying to create a disruption? And the word and the money will come to you. It's not like you are going after.
So can we expect Mintical to list on Dalal Street anytime?
So I think it all depends, because still now a lot of our customers are in US. So we'll have to figure it out. Like
so
how do
NASDAQ.
So we'll see how that happens.
Monish?
Well, we don't have a choice. We will be going public on the NASDAQ at some point when we go, or on NYC, NYSE. But for us, our customers are global, right? Because contract management is very horizontal. And that's why I said 33 of the top Fortune 100, which means Microsoft, Google, Apple, you go to Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, you go to Accenture, Infosys, Wipro, Cognizant, they're all customers, right? So India has always been a big, important market for us because this is where we learn, this is where we grow, this is where we build. So we are very close to our customers here. But it's also from, what we have heard from Bhashini, from, what India is getting to be as a country and as an economy. I think now we have an economy that's the 4th or 5th largest in the world, which means for us, the market also goes to that level. So we'll see that definitely 100% that our India presence, customer presence will keep on increasing. Our revenue will keep on increasing in India, which is very interesting. But more importantly, I think it is about, what is the potential of the market. I think it's a massive potential in terms of the growth of the economy. There's no market in the world that's growing so much. There's no market in the world that is actually taking on tools and software consuming so much. Today's news actually was very interesting. A privatization of the space industry in India. Yeah. What ISRO is doing, what the government is doing on the defense side. All of that is going to have a ripple effect in how big that market is going to be. And for us, it's exactly the same. If that market grows, we grow. Because everybody needs contract management in the world.
Right. Milind?
So I'll take a little bit of a hard stance. So I believe India market has opened up completely for B2C businesses, right? But a B2B tech business in India is still hard, right? Getting customers for a tech business in India, it's still pretty hard. And then the second part is essentially the investor or stock market part of it, right? And there again, I believe that Indian market still doesn't understand tech, right? How do we evaluate tech? What is ARR, right? What is it? How do you do valuation for some IP? There's nothing that we can actually show, right? I mean, there's no plant, there's no land, nothing. So how do you value a product company? So Indian market understands how do you value a services company in IT space, but still not like a product company.
They've also been kind, I think, to the new wave of new economy companies, but which are largely B2C, except for a delivery maybe.
B2C which is, and then essentially software-enabled services, not necessarily pure software services or pure software products. So software-enabled services, again, market understands it, but pure software tech, I believe Indian market still doesn't understand.
So there's still a NASDAQ premium there too.
Yes.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Krishna, Munish, and Milind for your insights, and a huge round of applause for the Pune Unicorns.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much, everyone, for this wonderful conversation and for these very important takeaways. Now, Chandra, if I may request you to please stay back on the stage. We invite the speakers now for our next, which is the second unicorn track. Please join me in welcoming on stage Sandeep Deshmukh, who's the co-founder and CEO of Elastic Run. Sandeep Deshmukh. Anurag Sinha, who's the co-founder and CEO of OneCard. Welcome. And both of them will be talking about their bits to billions journey from startup to unicorn. Chandra, if you can please take over.
Then why I asked them to stay back is because I have never seen 5 unicorns on stage together, so this calls for a picture. And I hope someone can take their picture and my picture with them, because this one is for the album. too bad Super Maheshwari is not there. Maybe we can Photoshop him into this picture. Thank you, guys, Milind, Krishna, and Monish. Wonderful session. Please have a seat, Sandeep and Anurag. I promise after this, some of my other colleagues will be moderating sessions and I'll get off the stage. Thank you very much. Fintech unicorn and a B2B commerce unicorn right here in Pune. Very interesting backgrounds too, right? Anurag, you're a veteran of ICICI Bank. Then you decided to start up. Sandeep, you worked at Amazon before deciding to, quit and start up. But I think the one commonality that both of you share is both of you studied at IM. IMB and IMA. But beyond that, tell us about what, made you start up or think of a startup. What were you solving for then? And, what you've achieved, has it kind of lived up to that? And why did you choose to set up your base in Pune?
So why launch? I think this, the itch to launch, to do something on your own was always there. I had my stint as a software engineer and then into post MBA into business side, but somehow that itch was not getting fulfilled. I didn't know what exactly to be done. But during the Amazon stint, I think that realization dawned on me that I need to start something on my own, and I think that's the calling. And that turned out to be the right decision, because prior to that I had done a lot of flip-flops in terms of going to MBA, going to college, so on and so forth. That did not work out. So that was the right decision. Second, why come back to Pune? My two other co-founders, Kshitij Saro, they already been in Pune, and we had already zoned in onto the tech team that we had to hire. All of us, they were in Pune, so it made sense for me to come back. And of course, Pune always had a soft spot for me, because being Marathi, to be in Pune was always good. That's how Pune happened.
Right, but when Elastic, I think we have to keep switching mics like this. No, but when Elastic Run launched, right, B2B commerce, you already had something called an Udaan then, which was massive. And you still decided that, there is an opportunity to attack here. So again, conviction. What gave you conviction, or right to win, as the VCs like to call it?
So conviction, first of all, we are in the B2B space, right? So it is not necessarily winner takes all market. You don't necessarily win or lose because there is a competitor, right? This business is, the business that we are operating in is an extremely cost sensitive, high technology driven, high operation execution role. And that was the core DNA that we knew we had in terms of founders. We knew how to build a technology for extracting that last drop of cost. And we had the operating muscle to know how to run a national network. I had done that earlier during Amazon days. And when we did our competition analysis, we had the conviction that ye ho sakta hai, kar sakte hai. So, and sometimes there are no answer, right? You have your conviction and you jump and you sail through that. So I think that worked.
Anurag?
Yeah, thankfully.
You got bored of working at ICICI Bank.
Yeah.
So co-branded card launch kar.
So for me, I arrived at the bank, though ICICI wasn't that big as it is right now. It was actually shifting from being a wholesale bank to a consumer bank. In fact, when I joined ICICI Bank, 80% balance sheet was corporate bank, actually.
Wow.
We were the first batch of management trainee. And in IM, they don't teach you retail finance. Most of us study corporate finance. So it was like a completely new world for us. But our CEO then, Mr. Kamath, used to tell us that you're getting the front seat of the Indian banking revolution. You should enjoy it. So a decade passed, saw the growth, saw the correction in 2008 to 10, which was a massive correction in India. But my trigger of starting, of my own was, pretty topical, because in our area, payments was the first area which got disrupted by fintechs. And being a banker, payment was one of the vertical I was heading. So I had the ringside view. At the same time, I was sitting outside. The real action was happening by someone else. Now, technology in BFSI has been an old subject, because it's a very large industry, large complex data. The thing which got different post 2010 was suddenly now the tech was going in the front end. Most of the tech before that was always used in back end and middleware to automate things. But this is a very different. And, the big, I think, change we saw was in India, financial service penetration is so low that wherever you can reach distribution, you will grow the business. That was the case. In fact, most of the banks still put branches and all that. And, it's acquiring customer in banking and financials is very complex. And suddenly we see these companies like Paytm, MobiKwik, and then post-Jio, the Razorpays of the world who came in and they started acquiring customers like they were acquired 300,000 customers in a month. That was like a completely different phenomena, which was my trigger. I was just fascinated by the kind of things you can build without building the distribution. So I left the bank. In fact, my reason of coming to Pune was pretty much same. This is my second startup. My previous startup founders were in Pune. So it just made sense. But when I was building OneCard, it was a very conscious decision because most of my co-founders here, I had to convince them to shift to Pune.
And it helps that RBI is a 3R driver.
Yes, I was about to say that. In fact, when we raised our seed round, most of the media reported us as a company in Bangalore raised. We had to actually call people that please change it to Pune because we are based in Pune. But exactly, our reason was pretty simple. I think actually two or three. One was, of course, proximity to Mumbai. All our banks, networks, RBIs, drive away rather than fly. Second, what many people know, Pune in services industry, it has a very large pool of engineers who work on financial services. Be it Barclays, HSBC, even Infosys, the biggest center for air is actually for co-banking systems. So you have a lot of people who are trained in banking tech. And third was, it was away from limelight. In fintech, actually staying away from limelight helps.
Staying away from?
Limelight. Because if you're in Bangalore, everybody tracks you like crazy. And we had an example of Bajaj Finance. It got built in Pune under the nose of banks. And they challenged the biggest of the banks in the business. So we said Pune is the best place for us to come in. And all the founding team, nobody was from Pune. We all came here and set up the company in Pune.
So staying away from the limelight is one more factor. But if you're in fintech, irrespective of where you are
I know.
in
That's
India,
why it's as much as you can avoid, because if you're in Bangalore, everybody wants to know your product roadmap as of yesterday. So that's why staying in Pune helps. Yeah.
Right. Sandeep, talking about Elastic Run itself and the calls that you took, right? Can you shed some light on how rural-focused brands are versus urban metro-centric companies? For instance, Elastic Run has always focused on rural distribution for FMCG companies, but you tried to pilot things in urban centers as well, but I don't know if it worked out that well for you. So what did that teach you about kind of sticking to your core strengths or, sticking to the things that you're really good at instead of experimenting?
Yeah. So when we build product, we don't build that this is for rural, this is for urban, right? So when we build a product, what do we need? We need an operating engine that operates that can scale insanely and that can operate at extremely low cost. Now you take that product and then you figure out to what customers it might work. When we build that product, and then you see that 67-68% of the Indian population or Indian geographical mass is not directly connected, and no one has been able to go there because they could not crack the cost code. That's rural India. We said, okay, does my product fits there? And the moment we place that, then you see the product market fit, you see the customer traction coming towards you, and then you see the hockey stick growth coming in. And that product fits in there. Then you also take that product and see where else it will fit. Now, if I try to put that into the urban market, the product is not wrong. But the customers in that market is not looking at extremely low cost, high scale engine because that problem was solved 30 years ago. Mumbai has enough density, Bangalore has enough density to service every single store at the lowest cost possible. So my product is not going to change the life there. But the moment you go to the rural market, I'm I mean, then we are the leader. We have something that no one else can solve. And that's how you double down onto the product that worked and you keep building on there. And that does not mean you stop experimenting, right? So you have the main core product and you'll keep building around your satellites. So as you will try in urban, you probably will try in different categories. You will take some other services and figure out where it works. But 85% of your business will come from your core product, and your 10 to 15% of energy will put into these experiments to check where your product fits. And you might find one or two winners into every area, and then those satellites will grow. That's how we landed where we are.
Right. Anurag, since we spoke briefly about RBI, I have to ask you, how did its recent directive on co-branded cards, what kind of an impact has it had on you? When do you plan to start issuing new cards? And will this change your business model? Because managing cards was essentially your USP.
So essentially, the new direction which came on 7th March, I know. So just a context for everyone. Unlike many other regulators across the world, RBI believes in protecting the system and protecting the customer on the equal front. Hence, usually their directions are more prescriptive in nature, unlike directive in nature in many other markets. And credit card, because this is one of the fastest growing product in Indian market, and also if you study the complaints data, this is also one of the product which can, a lot of complaints go to RBI, so they usually come quite prescriptive in this area. Now, co-brand cards is a very large phenomenon in Indian market, just like other markets. Almost 2/3 of the cards in India are sourced through co-brands, by the way. That's how large this industry and across all banks. As far as particularly coming to our model is concerned, we have always been making sure that our model is compliant to the regulation, because this is a deeply regulated area. And every circular and every inspection we face to one of our partner banks makes us do things change in our model, and that's how it evolves. This one also we have done, by the way, just to clarify, the one I think you're referring to. So there are two things which happened. One is the March circular which came in, and other than that, two of the banks, they've been asked to stop onboarding for all co-brands. So we work with multiple banks, so our platform is still on. We work with other banks and we're issuing cards. Having said that, even with these two banks, whatever the RBI observations are, we're working with our bank partners to make sure that they're complied with, and we'll restart.
Just a follow-up question, but have you been able to plug their concern about your access to customer data? Not directly, but indirectly, because you were providing the credit card software stack to some of these banks.
Actually, just want to clarify, that was not the case in this case, because Money Control wrote an article, nobody else wrote the article, because this was written separately, but that's not the case here. That's not the observation from RBI as far as that is concerned. So that's not the case here. But there are certain other observations which we are working with our bank partners to solve it.
Right. Sandeep, for the longest, in startup media, every publication has been using this term funding winter to describe the last 2 years, and it seems like a very long winter. But this week we reported that, Meesho, for instance, is raising a very large round. It could be 300, could go up to 500. You raised, I think, 330 million from SoftBank, Goldman Sachs, and others in Feb 2022. So 24 months since we saw you raising a round, can we expect you to hit the market anytime soon, or have you extended your runway from 24 months to 36 months and so on?
So no, we will not be raising anytime soon. We are fortunate to have to raise that round just before the winter started. That round itself was large enough for us to run for a very long time. And of course, because of this market condition, we also did the necessary tweaks that we had to do. And because of that, the runway is far longer. So we are out of market we will remain out of market for quite some time to come.
Right. But Sandeep, what is Elastic Run doing differently in B2B, which is helping you? Because this B2B, many players have been scarred. If you look at deal share, they underwent a major crisis, founders left, etc. Udaan had to undertake significant cost cutting. They used different kinds of instruments to, capitalize themselves. What did you do differently to crack B2B?
Okay. So, first of all, great respect for all competitors. I am not commenting on
Yes, we
anyone
know
of
you're
them.
very
I
diplomatic.
will only talk about what
very,
we do.
lot of respect.
See, I think right from day one, we were clear that while you call it a B2B e-commerce play, this is at the end of the day, it's an operations game, it's a cost game. Typically, the moment you call it an e-commerce game, then you go after acquiring customer, marketing spend, packaging for the outside world, and get the hockey stick in terms of customer acquisition. From our point of view, because we are dealing with a enterprise customer or a B2B customer, all it matters at the end of the day that Excel sheet will get pulled out, and if you don't match the cost in the second decimal point, assuming you are meeting all the quality parameters, your operations are actually that eligible. And that is the reason why all of our investment, all of our focus has been on that operating excellence and operating cost. You wouldn't see us anywhere in the media. We have spent exactly $0 on any marketing or gaining any external customers. And I think that has worked, because if you stick to that execution, that has paid for us over the years. And maybe being in Pune, as he said, helps that you are out of the limelight. It helps
No
to stay out
FOMO to
of
spend on unnecessary things.
Yeah. And I think that working on the right cost structures have helped. And I hope that continues to help.
Right. Anurag, I think it was Amitabh Chaudhary who said at Global Fintech Fest or something that fintechs are not good in reading cues from the RBI. That, the RBI typically is very clear in what it believes in, what it wants the sector to do. But while banks are able to read between the lines, fintechs are not able to. Has it been easier for you, considering you were a banker who then became a fintech entrepreneur?
Definitely, it helps. But let me tell you slightly a generic answer to it, that as a sector, we are working through our associations to make sure that our members understand the regulations better. And more importantly, there is a continuous dialogue between the regulator and the fintech community. Now, there are 2-3 angles to it. When you are talking about regulations, see, regulations by design is a policy-making exercise.
Yeah.
So one should evaluate these things in a slightly medium to long term rather than looking at a very short-term actions. Now, if I described over last 2-3 years what has happened is that RBI actually created a fintech department, which essentially acknowledges the space for us to talk to them directly. In various parts, be it payments, we have seen 2 big revolution in last, I would say, 5-6 years in our area. One is, of course, UPI, which is payments. Now, UPI got scaled primarily because of a partnership structure between technology companies and banks.
Right.
Similarly, when the PMJDY account opening massive revolution happened, it was between tech companies and then, of course, banks. Some of these tech companies actually became regulated companies later on. Like some of the payment companies have now got licenses and they're running actually regulated operations. Credit will be no different. In fact, the DLG guidelines came in primarily to acknowledge the partnership model between RE and non-RE. Even if you study the evolution of outsourcing circulars, so the famous 2006 circular, which most of the industry uses it, only spoke about services, processing services. The 2023 circular spoke about outsourcing of information technology, which addresses things like cloud, things like data ownership, data storage, and things like security, which are very important factors when you're running a technology-led operation, because the data underlying is fairly regulated and it has to subscribe to all the extant guidelines. More importantly, with the DPDP bill coming in, this industry will go even more change, because we actually, fintech data, even entire financial industry works on data.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a very, very evolving area. So the continuous dialogue is the thing. In fact, just last month we had a meeting with FM where
I think
we spoke. In fact, just now RBI is actually organizing the first interaction with RBI and the fintech on a formal basis. And the FM spoke about, on a periodic basis. Incidentally, RBI has themselves organized workshops with us right in Pune. in their college. They have a big college here, as well as in Bangalore, where all the fintechs are invited. So I think the sector will evolve through that. This is a regulated area. As a banker, I've been a banker for almost 15 years. Let me tell you, the same intensity of regulation is there for banks as well. So if you're in the bank, you're facing regulations every quarter. They also face inspections, by the way. And in fact, now in the current supervision model which RBI follows, it's a continuous supervision. They actually have a dedicated SSM for every banks, which are dedicated to the bank throughout the year. So I'm just saying that the supervision frameworks are pretty much common. It's just that fintech industry is experiencing new, so probably they're learning the ropes. But a large part of fintech industry is now actually regulated, be it PAs, be it NBFC licenses, and things like that. So this will evolve like that. I think the good news is we all have to remember that the under-penetration of opportunity is quite large, and the partnership model is what RBI prescribes will be the way to go.
Right, we have final 10 seconds, so I'm going to ask both of you. For an aspiring entrepreneur from Pune, what would your advice be to them? To an aspiring entrepreneur from Pune, yeah. Cracking the Punekar edge.
I think Pune has a very strong tech advantage, and also it's cheaper, which is very, very important when you're starting up new. A lot of people ask me, we had this team event going on, and I was one of the founder who was in Bombay and shifted here. So I was there on a couple of panels. It was just cheaper to start in Pune, and for early stages, these are very, very important things. I think Pune as an ecosystem has started developing. We are still very small, but that's actually beauty of it. We can connect to people very fast. I think VCs have started coming in. The success of the capital follows. So as some of us, like you have 5 unicorns here, First Cry should get listed. I heard Icetis will get listed. The moment these cycles will start, more and more capital will come. I don't think there is any dearth of talent here. The only thing is about building the ecosystem together. Yeah.
I think as far as the early stage is concerned, I think Pune has great engineering talent. And if someone has to start, this is a great place to start. Talent availability is great. I'm not sure if the cost part is as relevant now post-COVID, because we went through that journey when everyone was working from home. The Bangalore salary and Pune salary, the world flattened out after that. But having said that, if you're a product company in Pune, if you're a startup, then you can manage your attrition much better. I don't think you have to worry about it, because if your salaries are benchmarked to a classic startup or a product company, then in Pune market you're one of the better recruiters. That helps. So in the initial days, it definitely is a great location to start with.
Right. Final question: when can we expect Elastic Run and OneCard's IPOs?
Sorry.
IPOs.
IPOs. Oh, we are far away from IPO.
Of course, same here. First, definitely not in the time zone right now, but yeah, we definitely would like to be listed in India only, that's for sure.
Yeah, whenever we list, it would be in India. We are a very India business, and all of our customers are here. When I say not right away, is because we don't, from a capital perspective, we have the availability, and I think our cap table is also that way recently fresh, so we don't have any need to go public as such. We'll continue to build.
Great. On that note, thank you both very much for talking to us, Anurag and Sandeep.
Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you, Sandeep and Anurag. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, 2 stars of the startup world in Pune, who said that they will list here at some point in India. But moving away from unicorns to creating an AI-ready workforce, is it the right education or workshop or online courses on AI that can help foster an AI-first mentality in the workplace? Please welcome on stage Money Control's Debangana Ghosh in conversation with Ajay Joseph, Head of Sales in SMB Digital Media India and SA Adobe, who will decode creating an AI-first workforce. What does it take? Ajay?
I mean, of course, the topic at hand is creating an AI-first workforce. But before we delve into it, since this is AI Alliance and we have Adobe with us, would like to delve a bit into the business on what's happening right now. So I believe right now we are in the middle of an AI revolution. And I think predominantly the first phase of it over the last 2 years were largely driven by generative AI. So right now we have image, text, content, video generators. So like ChatGPT, Bard, all I need to do is probably give a prompt and the content is ready. And in a situation like this, what does this mean for a legacy business like Adobe, which has built top-class editing products like Photoshop and Adobe Premiere Pro? So, how does a company like Adobe stand out in a situation like this when you already have competitors like Canva as well?
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and a very good evening to everybody here. It was interesting to listen to all the speakers and, especially the startup founders. It was amazing, and huge congratulations to them for their success. Interestingly, you used the word legacy for Adobe, and let me just set a little context, right? So from a AI standpoint, we over the last 12 odd years have been using AI into all our product set, right? And we used to call it Adobe Sensei, and that was something that was built into our products. And really the objective of using Sensei at that point in time was to really build off of these technologies and ensure that we're able to bring value with it in a way, shape, and form that's responsible, on-brand, scalable, secure. And, for us, that was a very key decision point because we believe in the creator-first economy. And we wanted to ensure that whatever we do from an AI standpoint will always ensure that creators are given their due and their value, right? And so a year back, we actually launched our Firefly service, which is our AI service on Adobe Creative Cloud, which basically is really focused around ensuring that you're able to do a lot of the work that you were doing as manual work. You can do this using AI, right? So be it, generative fill in Photoshop, or be it, quick edits on Premiere Pro, or even generating images, right? Using text prompts. Now, again, because it was critical that we wanted to be creative first, we wanted to ensure that all of this ensure that there was content credentialing, right? And that became a very, very critical element for AI for us. What we did was we actually, 3 years back, we set up something called as authenticity.org. It's an alliance. And soon we had the Googles and the Microsofts of the world come join us. And the idea really there was to ensure that we are able to get the content and credential it, right? So that creators can continue to benefit off of it, right? And so for us, AI has been a journey that we've been, that's been underway for us for over the last 12 plus years. And what you're seeing as services or, Firefly or any of those are a culmination of us exposing it. And we do have a very exciting roadmap as we go forward, because the way we're seeing this is that, Firefly initially came up with this thing that, all the content that was generated on Firefly was on-brand, scalable, enterprise-ready, and we were indemnifying people for using our services, right? But then as we launched it, we realized that enterprises had further specific needs. They said, our brand content's got to look and feel a certain way, right? And so yesterday we actually announced at Adobe Summit what we call as train your own model, right? The idea there was to really ensure that we are able to get the AI models and customize it for your particular enterprise, right? Which meant that, can I use prompts now? The answer is yes. Can I use prompts to get generative content which adhere to my brand guidelines? Because that becomes super, super critical. And that actually started to set the tone for a completely new wave of AI-generated growth that organization can start experiencing.
Right. So, tell us a little bit about the India opportunity that Adobe is looking at. So, tell us a bit more about the India team and the work being done here. Are there products, which are predominantly built in India, but for consumption, for global consumption by Adobe?
So great question. So, for Adobe, India is the second largest presence outside of the United States, right? So a lot of the product dev work that happens, especially on Document Cloud, is done from India, right? And interestingly, the SVP for that business is also based out of Noida, right? So that's how much India-centric we are from a business standpoint, right? When we look at the market, we see the market to be a dramatically large and a big opportunity, right? The key concerns, right, is, everybody was speaking a little bit about jobs and what's the impact of it, right? The way we see AI is that AI is going to change the jobs as we know it, but create a whole bunch of new jobs. It'll be very, very different from what we've been used to. And that's, if you go back in time, you would see jobs evolving, right? if you were to talk to your granddad or your father, depending on the age, they would tell you that, they won't understand what a knowledge worker is, right? In our day and time, knowledge workers are pretty much standard, right? But with AI, there will be a new set of folks that will come up, right? And we were in conversation with some educationalists, and they said, will prompt engineering be a thing, right? Because with AI, everybody's saying, can I get my prompt to be really smart, right? And will that become a thing, right? Now, what shape and form it takes, we don't know. But what we're doing is a few things from a education standpoint, right? We've gone ahead and tied up with AICTE, where we're training 75,000 educators, right? And we're approaching it from an educator-first mindset, right? Which will impact 10,000 institutions, which will impact multiple millions of students, right? And the idea there is really that, we want to lower the floor, which, in the way to think about it is that we want to really lower the entry barrier for people to actually be able to get the most out of creative tools, right? And so we're doing that, right? The other thing that we're continuously doing is we're working, 12 months back, you would never have seen Adobe in an AI conference or in a startup conference, right? So we were at SaaS Bhumi, we're here, and what we're doing is that we're becoming a developer-first company, right? Where we actually not just help companies be able to build off of our AI models, but also be able to build great LLMs which can enable you to deliver great AI services that you might want to do, right? You could be and we've worked with companies that are doing content for educational institutions, right? And how do you take that content, and you'll have content in all sorts of different formats. How do you extract that content? How do you ensure that the content can be created in a way, shape, and form that it's searchable, it's indexable, that people are able to derive value out of it, right? Can I then apply that into a conversational bot, right? And those LLMs, how do we help you build it, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're doing around it to ensure that people are able to see value, and we're able to generate a lot of activity for our end customers.
Right. I think we have some 30 seconds left so I'll quickly would like to wrap up with two questions. First, I was reading somewhere that the most efficient image generator right now will use energy, or rather charge worth a single smartphone charge to create one image. Right? So we are seeing that there's a lot of energy consumption that goes into when we are using an image generator or a video generator. So how is Adobe sort of looking into that issue?
So, the flip side to compute power is energy, right? And all of us need to figure out how do we actually get to renewable energy and energy sources. From Adobe standpoint, from a commitment standpoint, what we've done is that all our buildings in India and globally are highly energy efficient, they're LEED certified. We use all sorts of reusable energy and to ensure that we reduce carbon footprint and also are continuously helping to reduce our dependence on energy to make that happen, right? We're also partnering with data center companies where we're leveraging off data center, and that becomes a critical component for us to choose whether we go with a particular data center vendor or another, right? And so their energy consumption also becomes a critical factor for us to decide that. So energy is front and center for us to ensure that we're sensitive to the natural ecosystem and are delivering to the best of our ability to be able to bring cutting edge technology without actually harming the earth, if you may.
Right. Ajay, a very last question. What would your advice be to a fresher or an early career engineer looking to join Adobe? What skills are you looking for?
So, and this is a tough question, right? I mean, at the end of the day, there are certain jobs that we're looking for, but, and those roles will have very clearly defined description of what capabilities we're looking for. But I think, and that's really at a fresher or an entry level person, right? But eventually, I think as careers progress, we believe that adaptability is probably the #1 trait that sets you apart from being able to continue to build a career, because careers will not look the same that we've been used to. Careers don't look the same that our parents were used to or our grandparents were used to. So this is an evolution that will continue to happen. And if you can stay adaptable and if you have a learning mindset and you're continuously staying sharp and staying on the edge of what's happening, you always have a sustainable and a bright career ahead.
Sure. On that note, really insightful talking to you about Adobe and its software. As a student a few years back, as a media student, when I was trying to learn Adobe's software, it used to take us at least a couple of months to pick up and perfect those softwares. So I guess with generative AI, that too is going to change going forward.
We are committed to lowering the floor on that. Yes, absolutely. But thank you so much.
Lovely chat.
Thank you, Debangana and Ajay, for that insightful discussion. Everyone wants to know, what happens to jobs. And Ajay, it was really, really nice listening to you on the skills that one needs to survive and thrive in an AI-first workplace. Now, we've heard what the startups, SaaS firms, auto industry had to say on AI's role and growth in India in different sectors. Now, let's hear what state governments have to say on how Indian employees can upskill, reskill in AI, and the role that state governments can play in fostering innovation without, encouraging responsible AI at the same time. For this, we would like to call on stage Vinaya Deshpande from CNN News 18, who will be in conversation with Rama Devi Lanka, Director, Emerging Technologies, Telangana, on AI empowerment, state governments, and skilling initiatives. Ma'am, please come up on stage. A huge round of applause for Ms. Rama Devi Lanka. She's one of the she's one of the best voices when it comes to the role of AI in governance and state government. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chandra. And thank you, ma'am, for giving your precious time today. There will be a lot of lessons, there'll be a lot of learning for several state governments, I'm sure, when you talk of the use of artificial intelligence for governance. But considering that Telangana government has been one of the first governments to use artificial intelligence, it has been used in several projects till now, health, climate. If you could give us a lowdown about what all are the spheres in which artificial intelligence has been used by Telangana government, and particularly, your app with respect to curbing illegal poaching in forests, How has that worked out for the government?
Sure. Thank you, CNN News 18 and Money Control for having me here. I work on multiple technologies, Industry 4.0 or emerging technologies and AI, blockchain, cloud, drones, robotics, and so on. But of all these technologies, somehow, my heart is very close to AI. I'm a bit biased towards AI. So, yeah, coming to your questions, yes, Telangana government has been the first one. Now everyone is talking about AI. Most of the state governments, even the central government has recently come out with 10,000 crore budget. While the entire country is talking now, we started talking about it in the year 2020 when we commemorated the year itself as, Year of AI. Then we launched our framework, identifying 6 key pillars which will help accelerate, the adoption of AI or the growth of AI in Telangana and particularly in India too. So out of these 6 pillars, before I come to the initiatives, I wanted to just, share this. Out of the 6 pillars, we are really happy to share that most of those pillars we have done reasonably good job. The first one in terms of data and, compute. Second, innovation. Today we have about, 42 startups and so on. 140 startups under our, RevUp program. So now we are moving to the other 2 pillars, one is responsible AI and the other is investment fund. Innovest fund is what we are. Yeah, coming to your questions on AI projects, we actually, one of the biggest challenge for us is to identify the right use case to implement AI. And today we are working on multiple, projects, more than 17 plus odd projects across 10 departments, I would say, ranging from healthcare to education to forest department to agriculture to transportation and so on. So, and these projects or initiatives solve a particular problem within the government, creating impact or probably saving lives, So one such project, before I come to the forest department, probably can I touch one project which is...
Of course, ma'am, please do.
So, as I said, they really create impact or, address a certain problem. So in Telangana, every 2.5 minutes, a person dies because of an accident. It's the truth. It's statistics say that. While there's so many laws in place, acts, whatever that you can think of, it's already there, but still it's not helping. So we thought, can technology really, help in some way in reducing the accident? So we actually installed ADAS devices, advanced driver assistance systems and driver monitoring system. And today, it was 8 months back, we introduced for 200 buses. Today is now, the department is thinking of scaling it up across 400 buses across the state. It has reduced accidents and it has actually changed the behavior of the driver, in terms of fatigue, reduction is what you call, they usually brake, when they're under stress or something, that has come down. So
how have you done that? In terms of ground level interventions, how has AI worked for that?
There are 2 ways AI works, One is for the advanced driver assistance systems. It actually analyzes the road conditions. It studies the the oncoming traffic, the speed of the vehicle, pedestrians, all the object classification it does, and it alerts the driver just in time to prevent an accident, It just gives a beep to the driver, assessing all the conditions and says a collision is about to happen. So that's just in time, decision that AI gives to the driver. Yeah.
So did you install any systems for public announcements or are there apps that drivers need to download? How does it work?
This is not public announcement. Those ADAS devices that are installed in the buses, they actually give a beep to the driver saying a collision is about to happen. A beep followed by a message. Then he gets alert and he just brakes or whatever that needs to be done to prevent an accident. He does that, yeah.
So, ma'am, has this done on a pilot project basis or has this been implemented across the state? And for how long has it been successful?
Yeah, it's actually, we have implemented it for 200 buses initially in 3 busiest routes, national highways. One is towards Hyderabad, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Vijayawada, and the Hyderabad Adilabad district. So seeing the success of it, now the transportation department is taking it to the entire state. Yeah.
Ma'am, this is something that's extremely interesting, really. There's hardly any other state in which I have heard of this initiative. So please, a round of applause for the reduction in the number of accidents that Telangana has been able to achieve. Clearly, health is another sector where we are seeing a lot of artificial intelligence being used in several states, including in Maharashtra as well. On that front, what are the projects that Telangana has undertaken and what has been the experience so far?
Well, a couple of projects that we have introduced for, TB. Though tuberculosis, we think it's gone, but it's still there and people are actually, suffering from it. And it's a contagious disease, right? So we actually implemented a solution by startup. And I want to mention it here, most of the projects that we implement today in AI or other technologies, we source solutions from startups, and work with various partners. Yeah, so coming back to the health project, so it's a solution developed by a startup, on a smartphone-based solution. So you just have to cough, using that smartphone app. It actually recognizes based on that, cough, it recognizes if you are infected with TB or not. Then that particular person is being sent for further tests. So this we have implemented in about 3 districts of Telangana, and the government is actually thinking of scaling it up. That's one project. Second, we work with Intel on this, where we don't have genomic data right now, Whatever data that we have, it's from the US and other countries. So we are trying to create the data bank, for India so that people can make use of it. That's another one. And one is in the pipeline is, we have huge data, about pregnant women. So currently the department is identifying high-risk pregnancy cases, very laboriously. They do go through all the Excel sheet. I mean, the doctors sit there and see the data, correlation and all. We are trying to implement an AI tool that really, identifies the high-risk pregnancies and alerts are sent to the concerned officials so that they can take suitable action. Yeah.
Ma'am, that's interesting. There are several health issues, particularly you mentioned about TB. One of the problems in tackling TB on a long-term basis is the kind of consistent follow-up that is required till the last time, till all the dosages are complete. Now, with this kind of intervention, do you see that the need for human intervention, for staff to go and track patients or ask them to come to the dispensaries and follow up, has that reduced? Will it help there as well?
Well, you rightly pointed out the biggest problem today, we do have, I'm not sure if it's AI based or not, they do have a system in place that actually tracks, whether a person is actually, most of the time it happens, they take the medicine and they don't come back. So, but there is a system that actually in place which tracks whether a person is, coming back to the treatment or, he's actually left it off between, then they're again contacted and they're being brought back. Yeah. To the treatment.
So, ma'am, with respect to illegal poaching, that experience of Telangana's use of artificial intelligence is quite unique. How have you seen that use of AI help you? Has it helped you in curbing illegal poaching? How has it worked?
How it helps, sorry?
Curbing illegal poaching that was happening in your forests.
Yeah, that's a very, interesting project that we implemented for the forest department. There is huge data lying with the forest department. They have these camera traps, they capture images and they just put it in their servers. And they painfully sit in front of the server to identify a particular animal is injured or something. They never had this idea also that we can use some tool, So usually the way we do, we identify different problems like this. Okay, there is an opportunity here and we identified and we actually organize a grand challenge, a startup, offered that solution. And today, the forest department officials sitting in their office can monitor various injured animals, their movement, spatio-temporal movement is what we call. So it has become such a successful project today. They came back to us and said, can you scale it up across the forest? So those are the kind of success stories that really inspire us to do more, in this area. Yeah.
That's absolutely wonderful. So they've been able to curb illegal poaching in Telangana because of the app. So if there can be a round of applause, please, for such an innovative use of artificial intelligence for good governance, clearly.
Thank you.
Ma'am, one of the pillars of good governance is responsiveness towards its own citizens. And that Telangana government seems to be achieving with respect to the chatbots that it has been using.
With respect to, sorry?
Chatbots. The chatbots that are AI powered. So, may be giving information to your own population about the different schemes. How has your interactive citizen engagement experience been with respect to your AI-powered chat boxes?
Well, we have actually introduced 2 chatbots. This was again way back, 3 years back, I think 2020, something like that. One is to assist tourists coming to the state, who would like to first initially scout what are the places that they need to visit. So that was hugely successful, So I don't have the numbers right now, but then post that, we actually, one biggest challenge, most of the youth, when they're buying property, they do not know which, what is the registration process and so on. So that's another chatbot that we've implemented. Both were successful, but the third that I would like to share with you, as we speak, today, there is a meeting that's happening in Hyderabad between, about teachers and parents from 100 schools are going to be there. And we are developing an AI tool to assist these parents and teachers to, identify if a child is consuming drugs or he's getting this substance use, So it's a very, interesting AI tool that we're developing, which really, if successfully implemented, could solve a specific social problem. Once it's done in Telangana, it can be scaled up across the country. That's the potential of that. So.
That's interesting. Ma'am, with respect to Telangana, the AI-powered applications such as your Samagra Vedika, which helps in beneficiary identification. But there are ethical concerns now around the bias and exclusions that exist in the society anyway. So how is the Telangana government ensuring a fair and inclusive application of AI in social welfare programs?
Yeah, this is very critical because as a government, we cannot exclude anybody, right, from availing services or benefits that the government actually provides them. Samagra Vedika was the first, project or solution that we implemented before we actually learned about AI. Now, as all of us know, an algorithm can only be accurate to a certain extent. So it learns over a period of time. So we are actually, refining it, strengthening it, and to reduce false positives and false negatives. So going forward, I'm sure, we'll address those problems. Yeah.
Since we are almost close to the end of the session, there's one last question I would like to ask you, ma'am, and if you could speak elaborately about it. What are the key areas, beyond the current initiatives, where the government sees the most potential for artificial intelligence to address critical issues? So here, if you can identify those critical issues and how you think artificial intelligence will help, what are the future possibilities?
Sure. As you rightly mentioned at the beginning, healthcare is one area that we are looking at. We have huge diagnostic data with us, So using that, we can derive insights out of it, the kind of disease profiles of various citizens and all. That's number one that we are looking at. Second, transportation department, they again came back to us after that success of the project and said, route optimization. Like all of you might, there's always these jokes that go around on, public transport, like where there is demand, the bus, you don't find buses. Where there is no demand, the buses, will run. So they came and asked us, can you help us with, route optimization, traffic management, and so on. That's the second area that we are looking at. And the third, that forest department that you talked about, we are actually now doing it, earlier it was like alerts that are being given, but it's live alerts that will be, and poaching is one of the, earlier, tigers were not part of that because they were very scared about sharing data. But now, how do we give real-time alerts when a tiger is being poached? So that's the kind of, feature that's going to be included in the forest project. Yeah.
That's wonderful. I think this is a record that we have ended just on time. But, ladies and gentlemen, the hallmark of good governance is the responsiveness of the government. The fact that the time to respond is reduced and that the response is so effective is something that is a takeaway from this session. Thank you so much for your valuable time and for such fascinating insights. I'm sure that, through the way these initiatives have been brought in Telangana, several states will learn from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I think we can have a bigger round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, for coming all the way from Hyderabad for the Pune event. And Vinaya, it was so refreshing to hear all the initiatives being taken on AI, whether it's in urban planning, whether it's in governance, and women are really taking the charge here. So an additional round of applause for that. We keep asking about where are the women in AI? Well, they are right here on stage in the room. A big round of applause for people like Rama Devi Lanka, Ashwini Bhide, who go beyond what the mandate is at the government level to really see how they can apply this. I think the point on road safety was a fantastic use case. So kudos, ma'am. And, we look forward to learning more about the real life use cases of AI in governance. Thank you for that. With that, it's time now for our next session. And to moderate it, I would like to call on stage Devangana Ghosh from Money Control. In this next discussion, you will get valuable insights on how to effectively integrate Gen AI into your business strategy, address the challenges, and seize the opportunities it presents. You will discover how cutting-edge AI technologies can revolutionize business operations. Please welcome on stage C. Prasanna Venkatesan, Director of Product Management at Oracle. Big round of applause for both of them. Thank you, Prasanna.
Thanks for the great introduction, Chandra. Right now, I feel we are in a situation where companies and enterprise of all sizes and across industries have to have an AI strategy. If they don't, they are at the risk of getting obsolete. Ironically now, many of them are yet to figure out the right use cases of AI. And the issue kind of gets even more complex with added risk of data privacy, security coming into question. I think especially when they are trying to plug in third-party generative AI tools and large language models, I think who better to talk about that than Oracle? So Prasanna, absolutely glad to have you here for this discussion. Just to begin with, based on your conversation with your customers and enterprises, where do you see, enterprises are at in terms of their AI or generative AI adoption? And according to you, what should be the first step for organizations to figure out what the right use cases would be or kind of integrate AI into their businesses?
Awesome. I think that's a good question to get started. When I look at AI and technologies such as generative AI now, I mean, generative AI especially is making hyperscalers like Oracle, and I'm sure it's the same with our competition as well. We really have to be on our A game. I've been in the industry for going on almost 2 decades now, and I always felt like I had to go and evangelize the technology, like whether it was IoT, Industry 4.0, or even what is now called as classic AI, to customers and then tell them what the benefits are. But now with generative AI, when I go and start a conversation with a customer, they've already done certain things and they are actually asking me, what else can you do to help me move my business needle further? So with that in mind, when you look at what this technology is really capable of doing, especially with large language models, which are the current underpinning of generative AI, what I think customers who are if you're yet to begin, then definitely don't say, I want to do something with generative AI. Start with what is actually causing certain bottlenecks in your business And I think you will find that with generative AI, since it's very good at text manipulation and unstructured data manipulation, that's the current state of the art. I would start with something like that. We are helped customers to do things like summarization of their data very, very quickly. So for example, in Money Control itself, if you want to do a quick summary of a TLDR and you want to post it as a tweet on Twitter or X as it's called now, you could potentially do that with generative AI. We are helping some of our government customers, especially there's one in India. We are working with a foundation which wants to democratize education, and we have worked on 3 separate bots for them. There is a teacher bot, a parent bot, and a storytelling bot for students, so that it can take all the NCERT textbooks and then generate a teaching plan for them. And we also have worked with a lot of other customers, a very large bank in the United States, a fairly unique use case in that they actually wanted to generate micro-learning modules for their brokers. So this is a very regulated industry. So they have to be up to speed on what the current regulations are. So we ingested all the regulations and then we developed, with the help of micro-learning algorithms, the generative AI bot then generates 20 questions quickly, identifies, and it also generates multiple choice questions, answers to those questions. And then you can actually have pinpoint level accuracy saying, well, you're great in these areas, but you need to go and focus on those areas. And we use technologies like RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation, because you're pointing it at a certain data source, and then it then gives you what is the best place to focus on.
Right. You know, last month I was attending Oracle's Cloud World Tour in Mumbai. So one of the senior executives there said that Oracle in India has seen around a 70% jump in terms of SMBs adopting cloud and in terms of their cloud consumption as well over the last 3 years. So what does this mean? Do these companies have data sets ready at this point? And how is Oracle taking these companies, you know, to the next phase of growth through AI? I think that would be the next phase after cloud adoption right now.
Absolutely. Many of these companies already have data, but sometimes the data happens to be locked up in different systems. So for example, I was having a roundtable discussion with a gentleman who happens to be from the manufacturing industry. So they have a lot of their data which is locked up in historians, right? So that is, it captures a lot of factory shop floor data. Nobody's really looked at it, and it becomes difficult to access. But with generative AI now, we have the technology where you can, something called NL to SQL, which is natural language to selective query language, if for those of you who are interested. It actually allows you to talk to your data. So you can say, show me the places where this particular machine failed in that kind of frequency. So you can actually talk to your data. And Oracle, as far as we are concerned, and I'm sure a lot of my competition also shares this mindset, we want to meet the needs of our customer wherever they may be. So whether you're an applications user which was built by Oracle, or for example, if you are using our databases, we are building AI into all of those things that are already being sold by us. But for those, naturally, we know that not everybody uses Oracle. So we want to be able to provide generative AI services, which we are doing that. And for companies, I'm sure you must have used their service to take a ride from the airport to any other place. Dara Khosrowshahi was on stage with our CEO last year, and they have, lock, stock, and barrel, moved their entire infrastructure onto Oracle as well. So it's like we meet your needs wherever that might be. So that is our mantra right now with AI as well.
Right. You know, last month, Oracle had said that in India, the key growth, demand factors have been cloud, generative AI, and security. Plus, last month, Oracle had unveiled their new restructured business model in India. I wanted to get a sense of how is this restructured business kind of bringing all these 3 growth factors together for Oracle's business in India?
So first thing I want to say is, without cloud, I don't think AI is going to exist. And even if it does exist, it's not going to scale. Because if you looked at some of the announcements from GTC, he was showing Hopper, which was the state-of-the-art processor last year. And now this year it is, I believe it's Blackwell, which is 4 times as more compact with 4 times as more transistors, 208 billion, I think. So without cloud, you're not going to be able to get that infrastructure in the first place. And then with respect to security, we are not as hubristic to know that, to kind of declare that we know everything that there is and we are going to provide these. So we partner with companies like Cohere, who builds enterprise-focused large language models, and we bring those models into our infrastructure, and then we close the gate. So it's a one-way transfer of the model into our infrastructure, so that people can feel secure that their prompt data, their completions are not going back into the foundational model. So I think there was a famous case with Samsung where some engineers decided it was a good idea to test their source code on ChatGPT, and now it's absorbed into the ether. So we are taking those precautions with respect to security. And of course, NVIDIA itself runs a lot of its stack on our infrastructure, because we have taken a lot of chip level and infrastructure level optimizations to make it run much more efficiently.
Right. I think in the last few years, Oracle has set up 2 data center regions in India, one in Mumbai and the other in Hyderabad. Recently, Oracle's chairman, Larry Ellison, announced that they are looking to expand their data center capabilities across existing locations as well as start new locations. So will we see any of these data centers coming to India?
I'm certain you will. One of the other innovations as well that Larry spoke about during our earnings call is for us to be able to bring cloud capabilities even to customers who are a little bit reluctant to move off of on-prem. And there may be a lot of reasons for that. One might be data sovereignty, another might be regulatory concerns, especially with financial and other types of regulatory concerns. In fact, he also spoke about NRI, which is Nomura, which is based in Japan. Half of the Tokyo Stock Exchange runs on NRI, which is actually a dedicated region cloud that was built by Oracle. So half of the Tokyo Exchange stock transactions run on Oracle. And with just about 10 racks, we are able to bring that and drop it into any location as well. So for us, that's a big change and innovation.
Right. Will we see any new locations? Can you share the locations, maybe?
Well, if I had to tell you, I'll have to kill you.
Right. The other interesting thing I have read in media reports, I'm sure all of you must have as well, that Oracle is working on building a new digital public infrastructure, which will be like a network of interoperable data centers in India. So can you tell us a little bit more about that, and what are the kind of use cases that you expect out of it?
Yeah, I think multi-cloud is where the market is going. I don't think anybody is now saying, oh, bring all your data, it's going to be very cheap for you to store it here, and then I'm going to try my best to keep you on my cloud as much as possible. We have taken a very collaborative approach, so Microsoft also shares that. We built a lot of interconnects with Microsoft. And for companies and countries, including, for example, in Saudi Arabia, which is innovating itself like crazy. I mean, if you've seen some of the things on Neom that they're doing, and this week they announced for the first time that they're actually going to participate in Miss Universe. So they are literally changing the country before our very eyes. We want to be a partner to that type of innovation and forward thinking. So we have actually built the first and potentially still the only public cloud that is available in Saudi Arabia. And you'll see more of these where we are building these fast interconnects, both with other companies and hyperscalers as well as with other countries. So you're going to see a lot more of that.
All this will be happening within India.
Well, we have to, because India by itself is becoming a humongous market for Oracle. In fact, I spent 25 years in the US. Just last year, I moved here as a product manager, because we see the amount of interest that is coming in AI and generative AI technologies from here. And we've already worked with the government of India. We worked with several banks, and more is to come.
Right. Oh, interesting. Which means a lot of your leadership is also moving to India.
At least with me, I can make that. I don't know about the rest of the leadership.
Right. I think we just have 10 seconds left. So quickly, one last question. So there has been a lot of heated debate around AI displacing jobs in various companies, tech companies as well. So how is that playing out at Oracle, and what's your view on, and as well as your customers, and what's your take on that?
I don't think AI is going to displace jobs. It may disrupt jobs as with any other new technology. So if you're the kind of person who is happy to rest and vest, I'm sorry. I mean, you may want to brush up on your resume. But for those of us who have a growth mindset and I think if you're in the tech sector, you're probably not one of those people. You have to kind of constantly re-innovate and reinvent yourself. And in fact, as Mr. Patil from KPIT was saying, by the way, I was an engineer at Cummins in Columbus, Indiana, and I worked alongside some of his colleagues on embedded software for our engine control modules in Cummins. And I've had to constantly reinvent myself, and my colleagues do the same. And in fact, 6 months ago, when I was hiring, when I was looking for people who had done generative AI, I would be lucky if I could find potentially 1 or 2 resumes in the marketplace. But now everybody is already testing and working with these generative AI technologies, and I think India is going to be a place where there's going to be a lot of action and talent.
Hopefully we'll see a lot more happening.
I'm sure of it.
Prasanna, on that note, great talking to you.
Likewise. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely love this session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prasanna and Debangana, for that very engaging session. Debangana trying her best to get a headline or two from Prasanna. That was great fun. But moving on, we'd like to invite our next guest. But before that, I want to invite Bhavya Dilip Kumar on stage to moderate the next session. Now, over 60% of education already uses AI tools in some form for teaching, according to a recent report highlighting AI's tangible impact on transforming teaching processes and resource creation. Many educators have recognized Gen AI's potential in transforming learning experiences, and many believe that AI is crucial in preparing students for an AI-dominated future. To discuss all this and more, I would like to call on stage Dr. Dakshinamurthy V. Kolluru, founder and CEO, UGDX Institute of Technology. Thank you, sir. Huge round of applause.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Murthy, for joining us. I think we saw what industries are doing with AI. We saw what governments are doing with AI. But one common thread that they keep telling, time and again, is that there is a shortage of talent, right? I mean, I think you're the best person to address it. Before he's the founder, CEO of UGDX, he's also a great academician. He passionately teaches, students to keep them up to date of the technologies that are coming up. So let's dive right in. Let's start off with why is there a shortage? I mean, if you can also share some statistics, data, that would really be helpful.
Yeah, academicians are supposed to share statistics, so I will do that. I don't know about the great academician part. I am an academician. Okay, so see, if I just look at simple numbers, from 2015 to 2024, the Gen AI investments went up from 100 million to 15 billion. So that's a 150x growth. So now, roughly, let's say 10 to 15% are successful. This is investment, so only 10-15% actually became successful, which means all the companies have access to 22x more technology at all stacks. And we didn't increase engineers or managers or CEOs by that number or, train them. So obviously there is a shortage everywhere. But I want to particularly emphasize on the shortage at the top level, talent shortage at the top level. I mean, they're extremely smart people at the top. When I say talent shortage, I don't mean it that way. But the lack of understanding of what to do with this. Hey, AI is cool, but how do I add value? I mean, I think one of the previous team's discussions was about that. I just want to give one anecdote. In 2015, when I go to a client to sell AI, which I do, I consult, they used to ask me, tell me why AI is relevant to my business. Recently, I was invited to a meet like this, where this is for CEO panel in Dubai. And the panel chair said, Dr. Murthy, we really appreciate if you can tell how humans are going to be relevant for business in the next couple of years. So from machines being relevant, now I think academicians tried to scare industry quite nicely. I mean, to even question what will be the relevance. I don't believe that humans will get irrelevant at all. But that's the shortage at all levels is what one is looking at. Yeah.
That's actually the data that you shared. It's actually very interesting, right? That's exactly what I want to touch upon as well. So the top level talent shortage that you spoke about, are institutes ready? I mean, institutions like edtech companies like Upgrad, do you think they are ready to offer? Maybe if you can just share a few, offerings that they do, that'll be helpful for some of us to note it down.
Okay, I will talk about what I have done. See, this is the belief that I have, and that's what I'm trying to express through Upgrad, is that there are two types of building AI strength. One is teach an engineer or someone who is good at AI to become really good at AI. Teach them programming, coding, all these new techniques. But I am less interested in that. While I do that, I'm less interested in that. For me, I believe the real innovations will happen if I take someone who is not in AI, a business guy who understands what she does really well, dermatologist or creative photographer, and teach them enough AI so that they can disrupt their field. I think there'll be a lot of innovation. I think that's an area that schools and colleges will take a lot longer to adopt to, whereas edtechs like ours can probably adopt much faster, create programs that help the top level guys who are already very good at what they are doing to show them enough AI to help them think on how to do disruption in their field. And that's where I created my doctoral program. Through Upgrad, we created a doctoral program for working senior managers. Yeah.
That's great. But talking of demand, are people coming up, top-level executives especially, coming up and signing up for the courses? And, I mean, you can tell us, based on the demand that you're seeing.
See, we have to innovate, right? See, will people want to study? Yes, of course, if it is made relevant. One of the first things I had to do to make it relevant is to ask the fundamental question that why should a doctoral student publish a paper as an outcome? Because if someone with 20 years of experience wants to do a doctorate with me, and I tell your outcome is a paper that you publish, what will I do with that after my doctoral program? We can't see education at that level as an asset building. It has to be an ROI. I am going to spend next 3 years, time, money, and very importantly, time. So what is my outcome? So we questioned that. We said, no, you don't have to publish a paper. You publish a book. Position yourself as a brand leader. That becomes your thesis. Of course, you can't write fiction. We will monitor that. Or you come up with a patentable idea. That becomes your thesis. So for the first time, anywhere in the world, we said, doctoral program doesn't require a paper publication, but it can be a book writing, it can be a patent, it can be a business plan, anything that has scholarly work that is relevant for a working professional. So you have to strive to, obviously we have to change, we have to work with the industry to see how this upskilling at that level really changes the game. And the answer, yes, we started it, 8 months back? From 22 countries, we now have around 250 students. And the average age is 22 years experience. So people are looking for really reaching the top, but in a meaningful way. And we have to address that very sincerely and responsibly.
That's great. I mean, it might be a revival story also for the edtech companies, if we can say.
What is that?
I mean, edtech companies are right now, facing a slowdown. Will bringing AI into their platform, will it be a revival story for edtech companies?
Okay. So, I really don't, edtech as a technology platform it's what it is, right? It just helps you teach thousands of people. Now, AI will, I'm not, if your question is about funding winter, etc., I'm not really familiar with that. If you are asking about technological innovations, I can talk about that.
Okay. So I just wanted to understand, bringing in AI courses into their platform, will it bring in more demand, revive the sector that's...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, anyway, we already have enough of AI courses that are coming up. I don't think today I can go and tell, I have this new AI course and I am better than everyone else in the world. That cannot be my differentiator. On the other hand, recently I was actually training a top people in petrochemical industry. These are like the CEO, CXO level guys in a $40 billion Saudi Arabian petrochemical industry. So they came to the class, said, Dr. Murthy, we already learned everything in Google, Coursera, etc. Tell me something that we really can get from this class and nowhere else. What can I tell? I mean, it's the same LLM, same foundational model. So on the spot, I had to innovate. So I said, where do you think this LLM is going to go to in the next 4 years? What will happen? Luckily, there was no answer. At least they didn't review that part before they came to the class. So then I said, look, if I look at computer development, it went from mini, micro, macro, supercomputer, and at that point, Google said enough is enough. They broke it into distributed laptops, Here, we started with a 5-node neural network, 100, 10,000, now what? We are at trillion. So where will we go? I think next 4 years, this is personal opinion. Please supply salt. Take it with a pinch of salt. I think the LLMs will be, again, distributed. You will have small specialist things that are coordinating with each other. That's where the future is. I said, okay. They said, oh, it's a good thought. They shot it down. Some people thought it was good. But you have to bring that human touch. That is going to be the differentiator. In anything, I mean. So, but I don't think we can say adding a AI course today will differentiate anyone anyway.
Yeah.
But funding winter, actually education, I'm least worried. I am already writing courses for bringing software people out of depression, and the VCs are asking for a CEO version. So education will, I'm just kidding. So education, I don't think will go out of funding interest at all if it's done correctly.
That's a great point you've made. I do have a couple of questions. I think I should have got a pen and paper. But one last question as the time's up. So what would be your advice for the top level executives, youngsters, who are in the workforce right now, but want to upgrade themselves? This will be good for me as well,
Youngsters, okay. See, I tell only one thing. Whenever a new technology comes, at the top, there are going to be quite a few opportunities created. At the bottom, you will lose jobs. So, software industry, again, I think salt is needed. This is my opinion, okay? Please take it with a pinch of salt. At software industry, particularly India, was practiced as mass production. I mean, we became really good at chopping a project into such small things. I am a tester on SQL, MS SQL, not Oracle SQL. The people are highly specialized. I think those days will be over. You have to enhance your horizon. As a graduate moving into the company, you should be ready to visualize end-to-end of a project, use these tools, contribute at a much higher level. So take up much bigger challenges. I mean, we haven't yet figured out how to create vaccines that make men and women live 500 years. We haven't figured out how to go to Mars and come back in a day. I mean, in the next 20 years, those are the kind of problems that we will be solving. And you need engineers with a different mindset to do that. And one last thing, it is not from engineer perspective, it is from educators' perspective, colleges. In the past 20-25 years, we forgot how to teach engineering so badly that today when I can sit on a stage like this and happily say engineering as a synonym to IT. We forgot how to teach the basic engineering. And that will be in great demand going forward. Oracle investing in nuclear plant. Microsoft, Google are figuring out how to generate sustainable energy. There will be demand for regular engineers who are not even called engineers nowadays. The techies are only IT in India. So I think that has to change. Colleges have to figure out that the education has to be holistic. And students have to learn how to take up much bigger challenges. And of course, AI will provide the top level opportunity that we can use and prosper.
That's great. I think within the short span of time that we were given, you've shared, wonderful points for us to take home. For artificial intelligence to become, advantage India, I think we should all go back to education. We should all start, taking skilling very seriously, be it youngsters or, professionals, right? So thank you so much, Dr. Murthy, for this.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
thesis, they made me present in 10 minutes. That's 5 years work. You are not as cruel.
So you're used to this.
You're not as cruel. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dakshinamurthy, for that insightful and really funny discussion. It was peppered with a lot of fun, and the next time we invite you, we will also get some salt to be provided to everyone. Now, I hope you've been sharing the key takeaways, the insights on all the social media platforms using our hashtag AI Intelligence. And now I invite Chandra Shrikant, who's our Deputy Executive Editor of Money Control. We would request her to please come back on stage to moderate the next session. Now, India is making global waves in artificial intelligence, and Pune is at its heart. But what will it take to make the city an AI hub? To answer this, we have with us today Shailesh Saraf, who's the EVP and Global Head of ERD Tata Technologies. Please, if you could come on stage, sir. A round of applause for Shailesh Saraf. If I may invite Dr. V. Premnath, who's the Director of Venture Center. Dr. V. Premnath. And if Amit Paranspe, who's the co-founder of Rally Score, and Saili Karanskar, who's an angel investor, if I could have them on stage. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chandra.
Check. Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone, for being such a wonderful audience, very, very attentive audience. I saw so many people taking notes and all throughout the event. But it's always challenging to, moderate a session that is between the attendees and dinner. But we have some great speakers and great Punekars who have built institutions joining us on this last session on, what will it take to make Pune the next AI hub. I don't know if this is still a question after listening to speakers in the previous 7-8 sessions, because they brought out so many facets of Pune which are, not often above the radar. It's pretty below the radar. People are doing so much of exciting work. But I want to start with you, Shailesh, from Tata Technologies. What do you think, gives Pune the edge to become India's AI hub?
So first of all, good evening, everybody. And like she said, we don't want to keep you away from dinner, but we'll try to keep you engaged before we go for dinner. I think you're right. The presence of these 5 gentlemen who have their own unicorns in Pune, Mr. Kishore Patil, who was here, who's been the founder of KPIT, Tata Technologies. There's a lot of companies in Pune which are there, which are doing really cutting-edge work. And if you look at some of the people who are working for the global majors, a lot of them are from Pune. And that's, I think, kudos to the fact that Pune has been a culture where there's always been learning and innovation, which is built into the culture of the city. And I think that is something where also the core foundation, because of the presence of the automotive industry, a lot of good engineering colleges in Pune. I think the ecosystem has always been there for Pune to be the place where these kind of innovations can happen.
Right. Sally, you have an interesting backstory as the co-founder of PaySense and now an angel investor. You actually decided to move back to Pune. Tell us a little about that, and do you get enough startup pitches sitting in Pune, or does everything go to a WhatsApp group in Bangalore?
WhatsApp group and all the cafes in Bangalore in particular streets. But it's true, like I've been an entrepreneur and now an investor, and definitely a lot of questions come up is why would you go to Pune? What is happening there? And I have to educate people that things are really shaping up. We have a bunch of startups, fintech is shaping up, data analytics is shaping up, but people don't know enough. The other perception is that Punekars are not risk takers. And they try to do, but we heard the KPIT story today. I mean, that was like epitome of risk-taking.
The KPIT story was stunning, right?
Yeah.
He decided to give up 70% of his business to focus on
Absolutely, absolutely. And then we have a lot of startups coming up. But I think the ecosystem needs to come together a lot more and invest a lot more. There is a shortage of VCs here, and we need to change that. There is more and more VCs coming here from Mumbai, Bangalore, and talking to people. So we need to encourage a lot more of those conversations and bring out the young startups which are starting to come. A lot of these ecosystem coming together will help. Events like these do help in getting things going. So thank you for that. The last thing I would say is that in an ecosystem, we need to collaborate. So universities with companies, creating incubators, and I'm sure Premnath will talk about that. But a lot of the collaboration will help create that energy. Students need to work on what are the real world projects they could face, and so that the learning is real. Companies need to invest, not just in their own in-house, but also to build out ideas outside, so in the incubators, in the VC ecosystem and so on, and I think that will make a difference.
Right. Amit, you are like, Pune's most vociferous brand ambassador on Twitter.
Digital mayor.
Digital mayor. That's a good title. If you ever have to elect a digital mayor, you have one, but you have sort of been a passionate proponent of all things Pune, from its history to geography to technology to everything. What do you think about Pune's potential in AI?
Yeah, so first of
Keeping all your biases aside.
First of all, big thanks to you, Vinaya, and Money Control team, because one of the things that we definitely need or can do with some help is good coverage from people like you. As you know, we don't get the kind of attention that Mumbai or Bangalore or Delhi get. Now, for some people, as you heard in one of the earlier panels, it's actually a good thing that you can fly under the radar. But
Founders
it's
loving to stay away from
right,
limelight.
but it's a two-edged sword. I mean, sometimes you need the publicity as well. So I'll go back to 2008 when I moved back to Pune. I've been born and brought up here, but I moved back after spending over 14 years in the US. And that time I was reading a Paul Graham article. I mean, everyone in the startup ecosystem, I'm sure, knows about Paul Graham. And he had written a very good article about why San Francisco Silicon Valley is such a great ecosystem, the top startup ecosystem in the world. And he had listed 8-10 points. And at that time, I tried to map those points to Pune, to seeing each of those areas. And I found that, Pune does quite well on most of them. So the things that we have discussed, you need great education, right?
Yeah.
And research hubs. We have plenty of them, right? We need a hub of large established companies. We have them right here, right? We have great research centers. We have them right here. We need VCs. It's growing, but we have them right here. So all those ecosystems and a good quality of life relative to some of the other larger metros. So we have all the catalysts here. So
you also have water, I'm assuming.
Right. Yes. And so the question is then why not instead of why? And I mean, everyone knows the story that Infosys started here, and it's sad that we lost that startup.
But Infosys's biggest DCs
we still have the biggest. We still have the biggest.
In fact, they were quite offended. They said, "Why didn't you invite us?" So I said, "I thought you're a Bangalore company." They said, "No, 2 of our biggest DCs are actually in Pune."
Right. So I think we have all the catalysts right here. We are especially strong in B2B. We are especially strong when it comes to software that is associated with manufacturing and fintech, because we have a great ecosystem here in Mumbai-Pune region. And we are especially strong now in areas of biology and chemistry and materials, which is what Dr. Premnath will talk about. So we have the ecosystem, we are getting the funding. I think we are starting on a journey which is, I would say we are in anyway top 5, but I think we'll do significantly better in the next 10 years, given where we are at right now.
Right. Dr. Premnath, what you do is very interesting. You run an incubator called Venture Center. Please check out this incubator. And it's not your traditional incubator, for SaaS or, I don't know, e-commerce or consumer internet, but it looks at deeper problems, deep science, deep tech. Tell us a little about the kind of startups that are coming out of Venture Center, and why did you choose to incubate those kind of startups?
Sure. Thank you for inviting us here. First of all, I think, let me explain that Venture Center is essentially a deep tech incubator, but it's an inventive enterprises incubator, right? So we build technologies, not just implement them or use them or put it to use in a given use case, right? That basically brings in its own challenges. And if you're looking at domains where the ecosystem needs are wider, richer, deeper, it brings up a new set of challenges. For example, if you're looking at the biotech space, you need to, when you're talking about, say, data for AI applications in biotech, you're talking about a completely different data set than what the B2B companies are really talking about, when they are doing, say, contract management and so on and so forth, right? It is a completely different world, right, when you're dealing with those. Now, we have chosen to work in this domain because you will notice that there are a lot of disciplines, there are a lot of sectors where solutions are needed to, pressing problems, be it diagnostics, devices, therapies, drugs, vaccines, food, nutrition, energy, environment, right? These are the real pressing problems of the day as well. And we need to find solutions. By the way, AI plays a role there too, but in a different way, right? And it's important that we nurture an ecosystem where all of these kind of companies can also flourish. At the end of the day, for example, in COVID, for example, you wouldn't have been able to do much if there weren't companies which were working on drugs, therapeutics, devices, masks, and so on and so forth, right? So I think this is a very important sector which we should be working on and we should be looking at very carefully and building an ecosystem around to support such startups. And these startups will also lead to new opportunities in AI. And that's something we should keep in mind as well. If you don't mind, I'll just add a couple of lines. See, when you talk about tech development in AI, the real asset over there is actually data, right? And data originates from various sources, including a lot of sensing devices, right? If you want to have unique access to data, you need to very often have new sensors, you need to have new samples to look at, right? Even in healthcare, for example, I need a whole database of imaging if I want to do anything in, say, if you're doing AI-based radiography and so on and so forth. Data becomes very important, and the ways of creating data becomes important. The next aspect is the algorithm itself, right? But beyond that is the use case. And even in use case, you have a completely new way of looking at it when you're, say, a doctor who wants to put it to use than, say, what a B2B SaaS company does, right? So there's depth needed in that. And I think a place like Pune is perfect for that, okay? Because you need an appreciation for depth and scholarship in a city if you want to work on such themes. And Pune is a natural there.
That's an excellent point, that, you need an appreciation of depth and scholarship, and Pune is well poised. I don't know what your friends in ISC and Art Park will make of that. But Shailesh...
I think we don't want to start that war here right now.
But Shailesh, one thing that really struck me through all the sessions is, not technology in isolation, but the combination of auto and tech, which sort of sets Pune apart, right? KPIT, which sort of pivoted to focus on automotive engineering. You heard from the boss of Mercedes-Benz India, who spoke so much about how Pune is playing an integral role. You head ER&D for Tata Technologies. Take us about that convergence, about the opportunities that you see for Pune there.
So like
as
you
a
said,
city that's well entrenched in auto and technology.
Yeah, so I think, as I said earlier, the city is well entrenched in the domain skills that are there. And I think he also spoke about the fact that there's a lot of the scholarship element which is there. But I think going back to the point which Dr. Murthy just made, for some period of time, because of the IT boom, engineers got equated to IT.
Yeah.
I think that needs to go back and change with the
I
AI
remember,
revolution coming
people
in.
used to get very irritated because even the civil engineers would kind of start
Absolutely.
to Java, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to his point, he made a very important point, because just using AI as a technology is not going to help you unless you have the domain. So that's where companies in Pune and the culture that we have had of Pune have been a manufacturing hub, or having that kind of a domain knowledge, that's going to be really helpful.
Because the skill sets will
because
become
the
super
skill sets are
specialized.
so much more specialized. I think if you look at it from the 4 pillars, whether it is government, academia, industry, and research institutes, each one is taking their own steps to do things. You would have heard of Maharashtra having signed with the University of Birmingham, with Google there's a pact. The Agriculture Development Trust has done something with Oxford University. That's one part of it. SPPU has started their own course, which is there. There are some 37 colleges running courses. Right? There's stuff happening in academia. This industry who's trying to partner with colleges to get the students upgraded. But all of this has to work together if we have to generate something out of it. And that, I think, is the element that everybody will have to work on.
Right. Sally, what would your advice to Pune startups, what would your advice to them be in terms of attracting venture capital? Success begets success. So seeing so many unicorns emerge out of Pune, I'm sure funds will be making a beeline, or their visits to Pune will increase. But outside of that, what can startups do? Maybe Venture Center will be a great place for deep tech startups. But what other elements in the ecosystem can they leverage?
I think one is that while founders are finding Pune a good spot to hide from the limelight, sometimes you do have to come up and speak about it. I think the other unique thing, adding to what Shailesh is saying also, is that the scholarship and the depth in certain sectors is there. So if the startups are working in that space, the partnership with those companies early on will give the early scale advantage to that startup. That will start showing very quickly. So startups built in tandem with certain strategics will have an edge which a lot of people in India do not have. They don't get that first partner, the first B2B to try anything with. The pilot itself takes 12 months, 18 months. So we could change that, and that also helps the brand of the startup. If somebody like a Bharat Forge or somebody like a KPIT or a Dhruva, Mindtickle is ready to partner, if Mindtickle is ready to try a new AI tech and integrate it along with their offering, immediately the perception of that startup also changes and the ecosystem also changes along with it. So I think I would add on to the ecosystem play. The one more angle is also the research institute. So I'm very impressed by what Dr. Premnath is doing, but also CDAC, right? If they have developed iRavat and they're inviting people that this is a supercomputer, it is ranked 65th in the world today, and come here and work with us. We should highlight that. We should bring people together, work with that, organize hackathons, bring the startups out. Sometimes there are founders who don't have problems. We can present them a set of problems from the companies that are coming, and that's how hackathons build startups. Sometimes the problems are not there. The founders are like, kuch to banana hai, but they don't know what. So they kind of flounder about and they go with the idea of come up with 100 ideas and find the best idea. They're the right people to build. Sometimes they need the right idea. We can become that idea lab for them.
Great. We have the final 4 minutes. So I'm going to ask Amit and Dr. Premnath to weigh in. We spoke about, the business advantages, the ecosystem advantages that Pune has. But from a policy perspective, what else needs to be done? Hard factors, soft factors, such as infrastructure, air, water, public transport, etc. But what else needs to what else needs to come together from a policy perspective?
I think from a policy factors, there are a few things that Pune is missing or weak in. I mean, infrastructure, while we're addressing it, we still have some major gaps, whether it's quality of life, whether it's, the traffic. It's getting worse than Bangalore in some small pieces.
Hopefully AI will solve for that, like
or more, hopefully in a couple of years it'll be better. As we were talking some time back.
So the traffic is as bad as Bangalore?
In
That's
some pockets, probably. I don't
know.
I mean, I haven't been to Bangalore recently. No,
I go to Bangalore all the time. That is not true.
So it's not as bad. But, I mean, as you know, I keep talking on Twitter for many, many years now. Airport is one of our big problems. Not having a proper international airport has been our problem. We are hoping to fix it in 3-4 years, but we haven't fixed it in the past 15-20 years, which has been one of our biggest stumbling blocks for attracting good multinationals to come here, vis-a-vis Bangalore and Hyderabad. That's been one. Let me just add one point before we finish the time. You talked about the areas in the AI Alliance for Pune. I think Pune has extremely strong strengths in 4 areas, if I were to mention. One is automotive and manufacturing, because we have probably the best ecosystem in the country, one of the best in the world, if you look at the majors here. So any AI associated with manufacturing, automation, is reliability, everything is here. Second is fintech, as you saw in some of the unicorns. We have some of the best fintech ecosystem in India here. Third, it's deep tech, especially in materials, biology, and chemical and chemistry and energy related thing, which is kind of stuff that Dr. Premnath is working on. And fourth, which we haven't talked about, is we have one of the biggest defense R&D establishments here. Along with Bangalore, again, we have some of the biggest DRDO labs. Bharat Forge is also there, but we have a lot of small companies there and government labs. So that is another big growth area as Atmanirbhar Bharat becomes such an important play as a policy. Since you asked about policy, the defense tech, deep tech startups using AI and some of the newer technologies of the 21st century will see a big boom in the next 10, 20 years, is my guess.
That's a great point. Dr. Premnath, I'm going to let you have the last
word. Well, see, the aspirations and the ambitions of startups and their founders depends a lot on what the ecosystem allows them to do, right? If you have a lot of holes in the ecosystem, you don't dare to do those things. So for example, why is it that Indian entrepreneurs, especially first generation entrepreneurs, focus on IT, right? It's because the ecosystem allows them to function in that space. Why is it that you don't see a biotech company in the same vein, right? Because the ecosystem doesn't allow you to do that. So I think one of the most important things policy needs to address is to create continuity and fill up the gaps in the ecosystem, especially in domains where we want to do very well. Even in AI, suppose we want to do very well in AI applications in health. A very important part of the ecosystem is getting together very good biobanks, getting together mechanisms by which data is shared. Okay, data is shared in a way that commercial parties can exploit it without necessarily, any risk to privacy and so on and so forth. I'm just giving that as an example. The same thing happens in energy and environment as well. We will not do the most daring things. We will not do the most important problems. We will not try to solve them if we don't have the right ecosystem, right? So the policy fills up those gaps. An example of policy filling up those gaps is, till about 15 years back, you didn't have money available to first generation entrepreneurs to start businesses where there was some risk. You only had to rely on family businesses. But that has changed, right? We can do that in many other ways, in other parts of the ecosystem as well. So sorry, time is up.
Interestingly, the family businesses are coming back and funding startups, by setting up family offices. So they're still very much in the picture.
Yeah, and that's part of the ecosystem as well, right? It's a very important part of the ecosystem where even they are participating.
Yeah.
But there are so many, if you compare it with an ecosystem in, say, the Boston or Silicon Valley area, there are many things we need to fill up, right? And that's where policy needs to play a role. The government needs to basically create the playing field for people to perform and private entities to perform, right? And that is about ecosystems in the startup space.
Right. I think it was DIPP data which said that Maharashtra actually has the highest number of registered startups in India. And India overall, to go from, 5,000 startups a decade ago to 100,000 is a feat in itself. So I'm sure we will get there with enough support. But on that note, thank you all very much, Shailesh, Sally, Amit, and Dr. Premnath, for your wonderful insights on the factors that will sort of propel Pune into becoming India's AI hub. With that, we come to the end of this event in Pune. Thank you all very much, and please join us for some delicious dinner in the corridor and, of course, networking. Thank you very much, Pune.
Thank you, Kudra. Thank you.